Good morning, and welcome to the Aspen Institute Symposium on the State of Race in America. I'm Kiana Cassell, Project Director in the Aspen Institute Communications and Society program. The Aspen Institute, a neutral, nonprofit organization, aims to foster leadership based on enduring values and provide a nonpartisan venue for dealing with critical issues. We're delighted that you've joined us for our 7th annual symposium in association with our friends at Comcast Corporation. Considering the unfortunate state of our divided nation, the themes we will cover this morning are both timely and relevant. We start the day with 2 panel discussions and a one-on-one conversation with Congressman James Clyburn. Following the panels, we'll then transition into our town hall discussion, which will give all attendees, all of you, a chance to share your thoughts and elaborate on the morning sessions. We genuinely hope this will not be a one-sided conversation. We encourage you to engage and share throughout the day, especially during our Q&A and during our town hall discussion. For our folks who are tuning in at home, we encourage you to join the conversation on social media. Our hashtag for the event is State of Race. I'd like to take a moment to extend a warm welcome to our Aspen Institute social media ambassadors who were selected for today's event. Can we take a moment and could you all stand, our social media ambassadors? Just give me a moment. Thank you. Now I'd like to turn the microphone over to our Master of Ceremonies, Executive Director of the Aspen Institute Communications and Society program, Charlie Firestone.
Thanks, Kiana. We needed some way of getting me an applause line. So we're really delighted to be hosting this again this year. And I like to recount how this started, which is that after Tavis Smiley's State of Black America ended, Juan Williams came to us and said, you know, this really shouldn't end, and it needs to be broader than just Black America. It needs to be race in America. We were enthusiastic in taking the ball and running with it, and we went really first stop was Comcast Corporation to partner with, and they readily accepted, and this has been a great partnership for 7 years, so we thank you very much. As Kiana mentioned, the Aspen Institute is assiduously nonpartisan, and we're also about enduring values, and I can think of no more important enduring values than tolerance of the other, civility, and equality of opportunity. So those are 3 of the values that we will be thinking about and addressing over the next several hours. We know that throughout history we've had racial tensions which have boiled up. We've had this at the time of the Constitution, at the time of the Civil War, during the Jim Crow era, the Civil Rights era, and unfortunately we're facing it again now. There's been progress, certainly. But if we're going to deal effectively with this democracy, we need to deal effectively with the issue of race and tolerance among ethnic and racial groups. We'll touch on individual, cultural, institutional, structural causes of racial issues. We'll be defining the problem and suggesting solutions over the next several hours. And this is exactly what Aspen Institute is all about. Have a safe, non-ideological space to have informed and educated discussion about the toughest issues of the day. So, our 2 major topics today are the wealth gap and how can we have equality of opportunity if we have a wealth gap of something like 13-to-1 whites to African Americans, 10-to-1 whites to Latinos, where people who are at the lower end of that equation cannot take risk, cannot afford education, even when getting scholarships. The second panel on the means and level of communications of the issue of race, communications about the issue of race, looks at the reverse directionality of the civility of discourse in our country on this issue. We've seen incidents recently that are appalling, and we need to address this. Both the change in mentality or an opening of raw feelings that are people feel that they can express that they couldn't before, and the amplification, in part due to social media or for other reasons. What can we do to move discourse to a more tolerant, civil, and democratic engagement? We look forward to this discussion over the next several hours, but before we start, I want to thank, first of all, our Aspen Institute crew, headed by Kiana Williams, and includes Tricia Kelly, Sarah Eppheimer, Dominique Harrison, and Christine Gloria. And want to thank our partners in this venture, without whom it certainly wouldn't have been possible. The great people at Comcast, including Brett Perkins, Delilah Wilson-Scott, Tony Williams, Jackie Puente, Mimi Timaraju, and Gretchen McIlvain. And all these people work under the leadership of a person I'd like to call to the podium now, who's has as big a civic portfolio as he has a corporate portfolio. He is chair of the University of Pennsylvania Board of Trustees and on the boards of many civic organizations. He truly believes in racial equality and puts his time and resources behind that. He's the Chief Diversity Officer and Comcast Senior Executive Vice President, David Cohn.
Thanks very much, Charlie, and I appreciate the museum's flexible microphone, which adjusts to Charlie Firestone height and to David Cohen height with relative ease. I want to say good morning to everyone. I'm really delighted to see everyone here, to see a sellout crowd, and what Charlie tells me is the most successful of these symposiums in its 7-year history. I want to especially welcome our students, because it's great to see student representation, and I would note that even 7 years ago, we would have had no such thing as social media ambassadors, so I want to welcome them as well for helping to amplify our conversations here today. So in February, the New York Times offered the following assessment of America, and I quote, "At its best, the United States today resembles the global ideal of a multicultural, inclusive, and equitable society. At its worst, it represents a hypocritical empire steeped in white supremacy," unquote. I personally believe that America is much closer to the global ideal, but those stark extremes cited by the Times are rooted in a reality that we simply can't ignore. And that really emphasizes the relevance of the Aspen Institute's annual conversation on the state of race in America. At Comcast NBC Universal, it's been our honor to partner and participate in this symposium since its inception in 2011, and I want to go right back at Charlie and thank Aspen, and in particular Charlie's efforts and Kiana's efforts, and our good friend Juan Williams in envisioning and putting together this incredible program and in assembling another rich agenda this year. The year since our last symposium has provided more evidence that race relations in America and the larger issue of diversity and inclusion represent a mountain that we are still struggling to scale. And a majority of Americans right now are worried that we're slipping backwards. In January, Gallup issued its annual Mood of the Nation study, and it contains some sobering learnings for us today. The study ranks Americans' level of satisfaction with 28 aspects of American life. And of all of these aspects, race relations came in dead last, with only 22% of Americans expressing satisfaction with the state of race relations in our country. And only 3 years ago, in early 2014, the issue of race relations was tied for 4th place with a satisfaction index of 55%. There are survey results from Pew, also from January, that tell essentially the same story. In that survey, the percentage of Americans identifying race as the country's biggest problem has tripled in just the last 2 years. Now, some of the reasons for these trends are heartbreakingly obvious, notably the fatal incidents involving African Americans and the police and the tragic mass shootings in Charleston and Dallas. But we're also feeling effects of a political season divisive even by American standards. I know personally that politics is a contact sport, but there's football or hockey contact, and then there's cage fighting contact. And I'm afraid we've seen a level of contact in our political discourse over the last 12 months that goes far beyond the normal nature of contact in American politics. Like Aspen, I'm nonpartisan in my thinking here, and I'm not pointing fingers at any one candidate or party, but we've just undoubtedly seen an unfortunate increase in subtle and not so subtle expressions of intolerance along racial, ethnic, and religious lines. Right here at the museum, the powerful exhibit on media coverage of the civil rights era is an important call for perspective on the issue of race and perspective on the role of media in covering racial issues. The history of those years tells us the movement toward racial justice and mutual understanding has never been linear or smooth, and the rough spots we're feeling right now tell us this is the time to lean in with conviction, not back away with discouragement. The words of Frederick Douglass are as relevant as ever today. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. But there's plenty of both going on today. The newly installed 115th Congress is the most racially and ethnically diverse in history. Almost 20% of the Senate and House members belong to a racial or ethnic minority. Just for perspective, that figure was 1% in 1945. And we have our first ever Latina elected to the United States Senate. The diversity of Congress, of course, still doesn't come close to the overall diversity of America, but the progress that we've made over the last few years should encourage hope and continued effort. There's another institution in America where the struggle for diversity and inclusion continues, and where the progress has been much better, although generally overlooked. And I'm talking about corporate America. Over the decades, U.S. business has come to see diversity and inclusion as both a moral imperative and an economic incentive. And as unlikely as it might sound, corporate America today offers something of a model of inclusion for the rest of America. So at Comcast NBC Universal, for example, we have 159,000 employees, and they represent virtually every race, gender, religion, national background, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. They are members of the military community and civilians. They live in rural and urban America. They're liberals and conservatives. Some of them voted for Donald Trump, and some of them voted for Hillary Clinton. But none of that matters on a day-to-day basis because they come together every day to work on the common goals and objectives of our company and build their own futures and the future of Comcast NBC Universal. Regardless of their background, our employees understand that they are valued as individuals. And we've seen that manifested in the results of our annual employee service survey, which is a blind, anonymous survey, and it shows that our employees, what it shows is that our employees score more than 12 points ahead of the national benchmark in responding to the following statement: there is an equal opportunity for people to have a successful career at Comcast, regardless of the differences in their backgrounds. In fact, for the second consecutive year, people of color at Comcast actually report more positive sentiment regarding Comcast's workplace culture than their white counterparts. That's something we are incredibly proud of. If you will, that's the inclusion part of the diversity and inclusion formula. So we're encouraged by our progress, but mindful that we're still not making our way all the way up to the top of the mountain. At Comcast NBC Universal, we won't be turning back because neither is America. My optimism on that is based on my faith in the American people. In all the blizzard of polling and analysis, one result consistently affirms my faith again and again. The majority of Americans agrees that racial and ethnic diversity is a hallmark of U.S. society and makes this country a better place to live. I'm sure that the majority of America would appreciate Aspen's creative efforts to keep this important dialogue going, and at Comcast NBC Universal, I think sharing the sentiment of everyone in this room and everyone watching at home, we are grateful to be a part of the conversation. So thank you for your participation today. I hope everyone enjoys the day and takes something out of it, and that together we're able to move the state of race in America forward. So thanks and enjoy.
Thank you, David. I'll adjust the microphone back. So to start us off for our first panel, I'm going to introduce the moderator, and he'll introduce the panel. And we're really pleased to welcome back to our stage the first moderator, who's a news anchor for MSNBC and NBC News. He's got a career, quite a career, 30-year career in journalism, and including from CNN, where he was the first Asian American male anchor, and for a daily cable television news program. He was also in the tech industry, and as you'll see in his bio, he co-patented and founded a global bank-centric payments carve-out with Citibank, and I want to have a whole panel on that someday. But please welcome Richard Louie.
Good morning, all, and we can leave those there for folks. Why not? That way everybody knows everybody's name. How about that? We'll leave it on the side. Good morning to all of you. I'd like to welcome up our panelists. We're going to talk about the wealth gap in our first panel. Rakesh Kochar, he's the associate, come on up, by the way, wherever you are, Associate Director of Research at the Pew Research Center. Thomas Shapiro, professor at Brandeis University, also an author, Toxic Inequality, How America's Wealth Gap Destroys Mobility, Deepens the Racial Divide, and Threatens Our Future. Omar Wasso, assistant professor at Princeton University and co-founder of BlackPlanet.com. Tanzina Vega, national reporter for race and inequality at CNN Money. And thank you all for being here. What's going to happen is we're going to go through some data, first off, that Rakesh has brought for us from Pew. He has, I believe, is it 6 slides?
5, 6.
Okay, whatever number of slides you have 1 minute per slide. So go for it.
Okay, so I'm the data guy, as he said, and I weaseled my way into having some numbers as crutches. I'm going to talk about the racial and ethnic wealth gaps in the US, give you the basic numbers, and then I think the rest of the panel will color in the details. Now, starting with the first slide, or 2 slides in one, there's a lot going on here, so I'm maybe going to take a little more than a minute on this one.
I don't know.
But let's begin with the very basic stuff first. We're talking about wealth, which is the difference between the value of the assets you have and subtract away the debt you may owe on credit cards or car loans or housing. So taking that away, and what is the median wealth of white households, black households, and Hispanic households? The median being the point where each population is divided into 2, half have more than the median and half have less than the median. Now, there are 2 main storylines in this slide. If you focus to the slide on your left, you'll see that the median wealth in 2013 of white households was 13 times the median wealth of Hispanic households. That's the story today. Now, trace it back in time at the beginning of the slide, which goes back to 1983. And you'll see at the bottom is the median wealth of black households, hugging the line around 10,000. Goes up to 20,000 during the housing boom, but then back down to about 10,000. If you look at the median wealth of white households at the top, that hugs the line at 100,000, goes up to 200,000 around the boom, and then comes back down again. Historically, you're talking about ratios of 10 to 1. And a similar story repeats with Hispanic households towards the right. Hispanic households with wealth around 10,000, and of course, white households again with multiple times that fraction or that level. Now, these, of course, are averages, which tend to hide things, as we know. So if we scratch below the surface a little bit.
Where are the Asian American Pacific Islanders?
A good question. That slide came from the Federal Reserve Bank's survey of consumer finances. And in that survey, they do not separately identify Asian Americans, so I'm unable to even show you any numbers. Now, there is another survey where they ask about Asian Americans, and we have looked at Asian Americans in the past. And what we see is that their wealth is comparable to the wealth of white households, but it is very, very...
You didn't just say that, did you?
At the average.
All right, but let's keep on going. Please keep on going.
So if you scratch below the surface, you'll see, I want you to look at the lower end of the wealth distribution. And what you see is that more than a third of black households have either no wealth or are in debt. That compares with about 15% of white households. So there are a lot of folks out there, especially among minority communities, that have no wealth or are in debt. What about the higher end of the distribution? So let me walk you through this quickly. This shows the ratios, again, white to black wealth. On the very right-hand side, if I took the 5, let's say out of 100 families, I took the 5 richest white families among whites. Then I took the 5 richest black families among black households. That ratio is 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 roughly. And so among the richest families going down the line, among the 25 richest white families compared to the 25 richest white families, the ratios are much more moderate compared to what it is true among Hispanics, among whites and blacks overall. So that is not really where the extreme wealth disparities lie. The similar thing happens if I look at white to Hispanic. Again, the disparities are present, but much more moderate compared to the overall disparities among the richest Hispanic families compared to the richest white families. So the disparities and where the real, perhaps the low-hanging fruit, if that's attainable at all, is among families who are in the bottom half of the wealth distribution. On the top, let's go right to the bottom, where you're looking, let's start with the top, where you're looking at the poorest. The poorest 25% of white, Hispanic, and black families. Whites have median wealth of 0. Not in debt, but no wealth either. But if you look at Hispanic or black households among the poorest 25%, they are in debt, and they are in debt by a lot given what their incomes are. Go up the ladder a little bit to the 25th to 50th percent of these families. You see that the picture changes dramatically. White families have a lot more wealth than Hispanic or black families. The ratios we've been talking about among these families are 50 to 1 or 500 to 1, depending on the particular group you look at. So that's really where the true difference is, where the core of this issue is.
All right, thank you, Rakesh. Appreciate that. Let's start with you, Tanzina. When you look at these numbers, and again, the focus of our panel is to talk about the wealth gap within the context that has been given to us by David and Charlie. In what we're seeing in these broader big themes, right, at 50,000 feet. And we're diving down to 20,000 if we can here, and looking at the wealth gap, which has all sorts of different storylines below that. How do you talk about this when we look at the wealth gap and, of course, the data that's been provided to us by Rakesh?
So 2 things before I answer that. I actually did a story on Asian American income and disaggregated the data. about a year ago. So I have a couple of numbers for you. These are not wealth numbers, but I wasn't texting, I was looking up my piece.
That's okay. You can,
just in case anybody
this
was
is a social
wondering.
media environment. We appreciate all of that.
So I think when we look at, because I think that's one of the big myths is that how we look at Asian American income is sort of, they're up.
They're like whites. That's often
Exactly.
been said. That's
but
correct.
we need to disaggregate those numbers. And so that's what I did. And when we look at, it says census data shows us that 15.3% of Hmong Americans, 18% of Cambodian Americans, and 28.4% of Vietnamese Americans have a bachelor's degree or higher, comparing that to 72.5% of Indian Americans. So overall poverty rate in the United States for Asian Americans is 12.5%, which is well below the national rate of 15.5%. But among different groups, the poverty rates vary significantly. For Indian Americans, for example, the poverty rate is 7.3%, and for Chinese Americans, it's almost 16%. So again, when we look at the Asian American community, there is often a challenge in getting data, as you stated. But when I basically took out a calculator and started pounding it out to figure out what these numbers were. So disaggregated, there are different storylines within Asian American populations regarding poverty and income. To answer your other question, I think narratives are critical, and we're seeing that more and more and more, particularly now in this news cycle that we're in. And so one of the narratives that I'm really interested in is how we talk about white poverty versus black and brown poverty. And we see that a lot in the conversations about the white working class, which of course, when we look at the numbers, we see, yes, there are more numbers of whites who are in poverty, but the likelihood of being poor increases if you are black or brown. So we need to understand those numbers starting out. The second thing is that we have to look at how we view white poverty versus black and brown poverty, and what are the media narratives that are coming out about that. I'm actually working on a piece now that's looking at how we empathize or are expected to empathize with certain types of poverty, particularly white poverty, which is seen as much more systemic and not necessarily a personal failing. When we look at black and brown poverty, it's sort of like, well, you guys didn't pick yourselves up by your bootstraps, you should have worked harder. It's more of an individual failing and not so much part of the system. And I did a piece a couple of months ago, which essentially I said, what about the black working class, right? Because we keep hearing about the white working class and their struggles, and that's not to take away from that group. I mean, this group is struggling. But there also are people of color, and we look at the numbers right there. I mean, people still say, are those real numbers? Is it really true that 13 times and 10 times? And when you put that in context, what are you talking, $140,000 for white families on average to $13,000 for black families and $11,000 for Latinos? When you think about that average wealth, that means all the things we were talking about in the introduction. It makes it very hard to move forward. So those numbers matter, and I think we need to continue to challenge some of the narratives that are coming out, and also make sure we're looking at different types of poverty with the same lens of empathy, because poverty is a very difficult thing to be in.
What's the top trend you're watching, Tom?
I'm sorry, repeat?
What is the top trend you are watching?
So let me return to some of Rakesh's data very quickly. The data we were looking at essentially looks at black, brown, white wealth at cross-sectionally at different points in time and gives us a trend. One of the studies that we did a couple of years ago looked at the same set of families over a 29-year period in a study, the panel study of income dynamics that followed a representative sample of American families, and asked, in 1984, when we first looked at them, the racial wealth gap between the set of families, just looking black-white for the moment, was $84,000. Right? Now, 29 years later, in an era where some people call it post-racial, we in fact have had some very successful, hard-won civil rights legislation around housing, around financing, around reform, around all kinds of things that might lead one to believe that $84,000 difference might be like a steady state over a generation. That hypothesis doesn't fill any water. Right? The story is a very different one. Over 29 years, that racial wealth gap actually triples to $245,000, and that's in inflation-adjusted dollars. So one of my top lines is that while we start with a clear historical legacy around understanding how we get to African Americans having 8 cents for every dollar of wealth that whites have, and Hispanics having a little over 9 cents of wealth. How we start from that is the historical piece, but I also want us to focus on as we move forward as a society, that historical legacy continues to play itself out. And whatever it is in American society, our policy, our schools, our community, I would suggest our housing markets in particular, the way wealth is converted, income is converted to wealth in the workplace or not, according to where one is situated in the labor market. All of those things are contemporary factors that continue to widen and deepen the racial wealth gap. Just one other point real quickly, because there's a beautiful point Tanzina made, and that is trying to disaggregate whether it's Asian American, Pacific Islanders, or Hispanics is difficult in the data sets. And I would just like to point to one study, it's actually a study that's now been done in 5 cities that attempted intentionally to dig down and to disaggregate what Asian American means. So in Washington and Los Angeles, there were dig downs around Vietnamese, around Hmong, around other populations. And in other cities like Boston and Miami, there were dig downs around Hispanics, disaggregating country of origin from nativity. And it's a study that's been done by Sandy Darity at Duke and Derek Hamilton at the New School.
Yeah, and when we look at those numbers, you can look at New York City. The largest group living in poverty is AAPI, 24%. But the issue with that group is only because there's 49 origin countries. It's like a big, if you will, a pizza with one small slice, and that small slice, which is API, divided up into 49 smaller slices. That's the difficulty of talking about it. Omar, is the wealth gap about race?
So, I was looking at Rakesh's numbers, and I think in a way, part of what's, there's a kind of tale of two cities in that data, right? And so we've got, on the one hand, a story that's really quite optimistic, right? At the top, we see Black and Hispanic wealth that looks, sort of in the neighborhood of white wealth. And then the bottom half, we've got a story of like really, stark differences, right? And not particularly encouraging stories for any group, right? I mean, this is the wealthiest country in the world, and here for Blacks and whites and Hispanics, some real troubling numbers. And so in a way, when we talk about race, we're often at the intersection of race and wealth. We're challenged by the fact that these numbers are, in statistical terms, we would say they're collinear, right? There's like this deep interplay between poverty and race, but it's actually like more complicated than that. We have to sort of think about the bottom half and the top view, as you said. The other part of the story that's here is that the numbers are larger in 2005 than 2010, right? So like we've actually we've gone backwards over the last, in this 5-year period.
Why?
Well, I mean, clearly part of it is housing. And there's a whole set of things that are there about policy, but the kind of key thing I want to emphasize as we sort of think about then these kind of two tales of two cities, right? One is a Black middle class that's thriving, a Latino middle class that's thriving, and desperate poverty for a large number of Blacks, whites, and Latinos and Asian Americans, is that we sort of talk past each other, right? So there's a way in which oftentimes some people want to tell a story that says America's a land of opportunity, and if you tell me about people who don't succeed, it's a story about, to your point, about their pathology. Right? And that's clearly missing all of the ways in which, for the bottom half, there is actually like stasis, there is not opportunity, this is not a place where we are doing a good job through schools, through safe neighborhoods, through affordable housing, of creating an engine of opportunity. I mean, let me make it plain, right? I just came down from Trenton on Amtrak, and you come down the Northeast Corridor, and you see this kind of post-industrial apocalypse that is all of these factories that are just hollowed out, and neighborhoods where there are buildings in decay. And like this is in one of the richest sections of America, in one of the richest parts of the world, right? So that's part of America. And also Facebook and Silicon Valley and Google and all of the innovation that is amazing is America. And we need to be able to hold both of those stories in our heads. And increasingly, coming back to your original question of, right, is the wealth gap a race gap? We need to be able to say, part of what's going on in America is that, there's a saying that's been true in the Black community for a long time, which is that, Black America Well, the simplest version is that Black America is kind of a canary in a coal mine. What happens to Black America is a leading indicator of what's going to happen down the road to white America. And what we're seeing is things like deindustrialization, which began in the 70s for Black America, is now hitting much of white America, right? And so, the real threat to the white working class is not immigrants, it's not minorities, it's robots. Right? But if you frame the world in kind of ethnic terms, then you sort of see, well, manufacturing is going up and manufacturing jobs are going down. And that means you have, in the context of a polarized, racialized wealth gap, people feeling group threat and kind of turning to blaming outgroups for their own economic dislocation. So to tie it up, we do have, as you saw in Rakesh's data, a racial wealth gap, and at the same time, top half, a really encouraging story, and bottom half, a really discouraging story. And we need to be able to get past people sort of saying one of those is true and one of them is not. They're both true, but we don't spend a lot of time thinking about how we fix the bottom half.
I thank all of our panelists for keeping your opening remarks short. And we want to remind you when I do ask you questions, if you can keep it under 60 seconds, I appreciate that, so we can hit more topics as we move through this. Why the heck are we seeing this 10x, 12x, 13x over a long period of time? It just shakes the brain. Like, why can't we fix this wealth gap? And if you have a solution, I want to hear it. If you have that moonshot, I want to hear what your moonshot is. And so we'll start with you.
I think one of the biggest reasons that we're seeing is homes and housing. Black homes, and there was a study in Johns Hopkins I wrote about a couple years ago, Black homeowners, Blacks who own homes, those homes are valued less than if they were owned by whites. And so we need to look at that, partly racism, partly where people want to buy. I mean, we have to be honest about what's happening in this country. White flight is real, it continues to happen. Okay, we're seeing the opposite of that happening in gentrification in the quote-unquote inner city. By the way, I'm an inner city product. It's okay, I grew up in public housing. And I can't even afford to live in my own neighborhood, right? So we're seeing people being pushed out, migration patterns that are happening, and that's largely driven by wealthier whites. I also want to point out the fact that we talk about poverty, but we also don't talk about the highest 1%. We actually did a project where we looked at the 1% and who comprises the 1% in America. Blacks are less than 2% of the 1%. Latinos are less than 2% of the 1%. Asians are less than 2% of the 1%, which says that of the highest wealth, highest earners in America, 94% or 95% are white. We need to think about that.
If you don't mind, let me follow up on that. I really like the point on housing. I would just maybe like to make a friendly amendment in the way we talk about it, and that is homes that are located in predominantly white communities, especially if they're middle class or upper middle class communities. That's where wealth is created most greatly. The home equity rises manyfold over if the exact same home is in a diverse community, much less a community that is largely families of color. It's what realtors call location, location, location. We deconstruct its demographics of the community, and I think that's really critical to the conversation.
But it's also, so I'm a political scientist, right? So I'm interested in the way our policies structure those kinds of outcomes, right? And so we can think about things like access to quality schools, access to quality policing, right? The average person cares about, is my neighborhood safe? Are my kids going to a good school? We can think about the kinds of policies that zone such that I just was in Denmark, and it's like this marvelous high-density city where like people live within walking and biking distance. And in much of America now, it's zones that you can't do a 3-story building. Right? So why are half of people's paychecks in the black and brown communities going to rent? Because we have restricted development such that affordable housing becomes out of reach, right? And so there are all of these ways in which our laws are actually structuring, making it harder for people to move up. And I think again, we spend a lot of money on education and we have terrible outcomes. We spend a lot of money.
Where should we spend the money?
Well, I'm involved in the charter school movement in part because I think we need a lot more innovation in education, right? We've roughly quadrupled the amount of money we spend on education, and the outcomes are relatively flat, right? There's something fundamentally broken in the way our education system is delivering education, right? You don't have to believe in charters, but you do have to acknowledge that what we are doing is not working.
What is new when we talk about the wealth gap in 2017 than in 2016 or 2015?
Not much in the last 2-3 years, but if you compare 2005 to today, the difference is housing strictly. It's entirely housing. Hispanic and black households derive a lot more of their wealth from a home than white households do. And when the housing market bubble burst, they were hit much harder. And the housing market crash was geographically located in a handful of states. It wasn't widespread. And if you look at the 5 states where the bubble burst the hardest, 40% of Hispanics lived there compared with 20% of whites. So these sort of things mattered in the housing market crash, and the fact that more than half their wealth comes just from that one asset.
Is the wealth gap the way we're talking about today, is it just housing? What might it be in addition to the home that we have?
Income. Income is a big part of it too.
Sure. So I think there are a couple of points that are really critical here. One is that there's a presumption, a very deep presumption in American culture and our sense of values, that we are a product of our merit and our achievement. If we look at equally achievement for whites and blacks and Hispanics at income, at professions, at jobs, even at home ownership, when those accomplishments are equal, don't presume the racial wealth gap disappears. No, it goes from about 8 cents on a dollar to maybe 50 cents on a dollar at best. So even when we hit those values of equal opportunity and there's an outcome from it, the result and the reward is not anywhere near the same. Now, another factor I would put in, I think housing is really critical, but there's a collinearity, if you will, with housing, and that is often inheritance and wealth at time one. What allows the first-time homeowner to put together the down payment money? In data we look at, in the families I interviewed for toxic inequality, almost all homeowners, first-time homeowners, both white and African American and Hispanic, received significant financial support from their families, from their parents and their grandparents, aunts and uncles, to buy that first home. So unlike income, wealth has the capacity to be passed along from generation to generation. So it passes along advantages and disadvantages that have been created throughout our history that now sediment into the current era that we're at. So part of the historical legacy, but it's also inheritance. And that's where the rubber meets the road.
I want to make 2 points on that. The first is actually getting that. So in New York City, where it's often expected where I live, is to have 20% down for if you want to buy a home. So we're looking at, let's say, a 1-bedroom, which is $250,000. If you're lucky on the sort of outskirts of the city, that's $50,000 in cash that you need to have in order to even enter that conversation, right? For most people, I mean, myself, I grew up, again, public housing, low-income, working-class family. I cannot scrape, and I have a big fancy job at CNN, cannot scrape together $50,000. It's difficult. It's very difficult without that gift and without that inheritance coming down the pike. The other thing is, to your point, the Economic Policy Institute did a study recently that showed that blacks who have more experience and more education are still paid less than their white counterparts. Think about that.
And so picking up on what Thomas said, right, we can think about there's a baton pass that's going on across generations, right? And that if you have the misfortune, Stephen Martin had a joke years ago. He's like, he was going to write a book on how to be wealthy. And he said, his advice was first be born into a rich family, right? And so if you have the misfortune...
Steve Martin, by the way, is a comedian from the 1980s. But it wants to know. I'm being generous. I'm giving a decade buffer in there.
Social media ambassadors, you'll be our translator.
Hashtag that, 1980s.
I thought he was a professor at Harvard.
And so if you have the misfortune to have had grandparents who were impoverished, that potentially has these long-run effects, right? And that, like, as that intergenerational baton pass is going on, you are in some ways paying the price for not having had rich grandparents, right? And again, I want to be clear, right? Like both things are true. There is a lot of opportunity. And there are people who, as a function of getting good education and moving up, are able to kind of overcome a legacy of past poverty. But if the story of America is one of upward mobility, then we are not seeing that for half of the country across decades.
One of the solutions certainly is voice. And when we just finished an election where the question is who had voice and who actually took that voice and did something with it, and therefore the outcomes of that walking and pulling a lever or pushing a button has been the narrative. Who did that? What is this working class? Who are those who are white and black and brown and every other color in between? Because we've been talking about the white working class, but as I know that you often like to bring up, what about the black working class and really those of color who are in the working class? How did that all come together? Because really the thematic that came out is Midwest working class voters.
I think also when we think about the working class and we think about the black and brown working class, we have to think about minimum wage work, which is something that we often don't see. And we think about people who are working in fast food, people who are working in retail. These are jobs that are traditionally done by high school students or teenagers. Now these are heads of household that are doing these jobs, which is why you're seeing this big labor movement among people who want the Fight for 15, for example. That's also not to say it's exclusive to black and brown Americans, but low-wage workers are desperate in this country for a raise. And so until that happens, and I don't really see this big pushback with, or this big return of manufacturing America. I think that's sort of a dream that we've been sold. I think you'll see some of that, but even those jobs are much higher skilled than what they used to be.
So Omar, I'm thinking about the numerous think tanks we have, thousands, I believe. How many faces of color do we have in these policy think tanks that therefore influence the policy that we're talking about that affects therefore this wealth gap?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I do
Somewhat
know that
rhetorical, yes.
In the academy, it's a real challenge to bring in a broad range of voices. It's, I mean, so that is an issue. And at the same time, we should think about the kind of issue that is, why aren't there, say, more black PhDs, in political science or in the academy, is not something, all of these things are long-run processes, right? And so if 40% of our kids don't graduate from high school in 4 years, that's going to have downstream effects on how many people graduate from college and how many people get PhDs.
Right.
And so for me, the question at some level is like, how do we think about much better early childhood education, better prenatal nutrition? How do we think about this process as not a catastrophe at the level of who does or doesn't get into, say, Berkeley, but rather something that begins with poor access to nutrition for pregnant moms?
Tom, we're hitting the 25th. Hang on one second. We're hitting the 25th anniversary of the Rodney King verdict. And therefore, the civil unrest that happened in South Central and throughout the state of California, for that matter, across the country. That was just the latest flashpoint in the last 25 years. The last 3 years, we saw flashpoints of civil unrest and the questions of groups across the country saying, hey, we saw that 25 years ago. We saw it in the 60s. Why didn't that translate necessarily to a discussion as we led up to 2016 and this election that really made a difference? We saw it before. Why don't we see it this time?
So I think there's a long arc of narrative to talk about here. 2 years ago, I would dare say, this panel would not have existed. There wouldn't have been a panel on the racial wealth gap, the ethnic wealth gap in the United States. It wasn't on people's radar. It's on people's radar because of a concerted initiative that involved a large network of experts of color, was what it was called. I think I'm the only person of non-color on that particular network, in community-based organizations doing organizing at research institutes and universities and communication folks that have been working at least a decade, I think actually now it's going on a decade and a half, to put the racial wealth gap in the public's understanding and on the policy agenda. And there's several policy agendas, and maybe we'll get to the silver bullet here. There is none, but we can get to that conversation momentarily. Perhaps a crowning moment in terms of the public narrative. President Obama, at the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington for Jobs and Justice, talked about the successes and the yards and miles that the African American community had made in the past 50 years. But he said at the same time, and I'm paraphrasing, we also know that the gap in wealth between whites and blacks have grown. And he only says that because there's pressure, because people are putting that in his ear, and the data is out there from a lot of different points, from research institutes, from policy think tanks, from congressional hearings. So we've come, actually, I would suggest, a very long way to be able to have this conversation today about race and wealth in the United States. And I think that that's important, and it should provide a good springboard to us to get to some of the more basic understandings and to start to talk about the solutions.
Please go ahead.
I think overall economic trends make a difference to the conversation also. So the Rodney King event you referred to, that's 1992, right? Mm-hmm. And what follows next is the longest economic expansion in US history. And if you look at black outcomes for black and Hispanic families through the 90s, the trend is excellent. The unemployment gap nearly closed among Hispanics and whites by 2000. Incomes were at a high. So times seemed good. Home ownership rates were climbing and so on and so forth. And all that was exposed around 2005, 2006. So suddenly we see these historic gaps, 20 to 1 in wealth and so on. And the conversation picks up anew, I think.
I think people in Ferguson would disagree with that. They would say they've been living in places that have been ignored for longer than the data is showing.
I'm saying
yeah,
the trend can mask a lot of underlying, yes.
For every data, for all the data, that we take averages. And when we look at South Central, only recently within the last, just to go back to that, only within the last 2 years that they finally have a metro stop. What led to what happened there was the bus system, LA County losing money, decided to not have as many buses stopping in South Central. And South Central was a black working class community. And they went to Long Beach, California to work, which is not close. And it's these sorts of policies that sometimes either are forgotten, not paid attention to, that have affected communities like South Central or Ferguson.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this this past summer, when there was a spate of shootings of unarmed black men by police. One of the stories I did was 5 cities, 5 shootings, and we took each one of the cities that each one of these men was killed in, and then look at the economic disparities between whites and blacks in each of these cities. And in none of those cities, and it's sad to say that the data was from the National Urban League report, State of Black America, in no city that they studied was there parity among blacks and whites. I mean, there were smaller gaps among black and white wealth and employment. I'm sorry, not wealth, income and employment. But when we look at this and then we talk to people, sociologists who were on the ground in those cities, and they talked about the discomfort and the economic disparities among blacks and whites. And so that has a huge impact on what we're talking about. Absolutely. In Ferguson, it was the same thing. And blacks were targeted for, just a money-making scheme on tickets, for example, right? I mean, these things get played out in many different ways. A lot of the shootings we saw, Alton Sterling, for example, these are men, black men largely, who are sort of working at the lower rungs of society. So there's a big class element in a lot of these shootings that we're seeing too, that doesn't really get talked about.
And I think that's one really important point to what Tanzina's saying, is that when we frame the debate as a racial wealth gap, in some ways we miss that the solutions may not actually be about redistribution of wealth, though that may be an important factor in some things. But for things like reforming the quality of police is not obviously about transferring wealth. It's about trying to figure out, how do we make the state operate in a way that's not a predatory state? How do we make, in the case of LA, how do we reform the police system so it's not engaging in brutality against citizens? And so I think part of the challenge is both to see a racial wealth gap as a symptom of a broad problem in America, and at the same time understand that a lot of the solutions may themselves not have explicit racial interventions, right? Like improving the quality of education will involve 100 reforms, some of which may explicitly deal with race, but many of which won't. right? And so in some ways, the racial wealth gap is like a signal that we have a problem, but it doesn't immediately translate to a solution.
I will add one thing, though. Race is not erased with wealth. A follow-up story I did looked at very prominent African Americans, Harvard professors, attorneys, et cetera, who are still dealing with police stopping them, in the middle of the night, even if they're driving a BMW, a Mercedes. So we need to be clear that class is critical. Class is something I talk about all the time, but gender and race also play into these constructs, and they're not eliminated because you have a lot of money.
The chair of the Black Chamber of Commerce likes to say, how do communities of color help themselves? How do they reinvest in their own communities? If I have $1, do I spend it in my own community? And he's very critical of the fact that many communities of color spend it outside of their own community. Reflect on that, number one. And number two, reflect on this. How do communities of color work together to move forward to close this wealth gap? You can reflect on either one of those two ideas.
I think we've seen it in the movement to buy black, to bank black. There's a big movement now for people to actually invest in black banks and put some of their money, maybe not all of the money, but just some of it in a black-owned bank. I actually have a spreadsheet that someone provided me of all the black-owned banks and how, the percentage of who owns what, and it's fascinating, right? And so I saw the other day
What do you learn from that very quickly?
So I think what you learn is that some black-owned banks are not entirely owned by blacks. There's some corporate ownership in some of them. Some of them are still owned by blacks, and that there's a different sort of interaction happening in a lot of these banks. It's like smaller community banks, right? The banks that Asian banks in New York City, for example, that has a huge Asian population that goes there, Spanish-speaking, banks. And so all of these banks are serving communities that perhaps might get ignored at more traditional banks, might not get served at different types of banks. So we're seeing that, but these banks are still really small. Mm-hmm. We're not looking at like a JP Morgan Chase.
We're going to Q&A in about 2 minutes. Tom,
Sure,
60 seconds, and Omar, 60 seconds.
I'd like to widen that conversation a little bit. There is a bit of a movement afoot which really needs to be incentivized and encouraged that has what we call anchor institutions, hospitals, universities, large private corporations who are the employment anchor of their community. To have them look really deeply and seriously at everything that goes in and out of their building. What's their procurement policy like? How to think about ways of spinning some of those off so that entrepreneurs of color start to become incubated and start to run those kinds of procurement facilities. To look at the value chain that's moving in and out of a product and start to diversify that in some really critical ways. I would just mention, for example, Prudential with a new building in Newark. Newark, a city that needs a lot of attention, is taking very seriously this notion.
Hiring businesses to do what they need done based on and understanding if they are diverse, whether minority or women-owned businesses, as you go out and spend your dollars as a corporation.
Absolutely.
I'm actually, broadly, I think, trying to be conscious about how you spend your money is a fine thing, but if the structure, again, I'm a political scientist, so I think about the state and the role of the state in structuring our behavior, right? And so if we have something like, as we have developed over the last 50 years and maybe recommitting to, a super punitive criminal justice policy, then me spending my dollar in my community may not do much because you've got a police system that's incentivized to try and ticket you into prison. You've got a police system that's putting people for possession of marijuana, selling loose cigarettes into prison. Like, you want to talk about wealth destruction, put somebody in prison, right? You want to talk about creating opportunity, like ratchet back that kind of big government. And so these sorts of discussions about, can we self-fund our way into prosperity, I think miss that if you've got mediocre schools, if you have a super punitive criminal justice system, if you have laws that make it really hard to invest in new housing, like, you're only going to be able to do something at the margins.
We have 2 microphones. I encourage folks to go to it right now. They're right there in the aisles. Hustle on over there and ask your question. Green she beat you. Sorry, she beat you. Nope, just right. Your name and organization, please, on the question.
Good morning. Thank you. Jamila Bay, freelance journalist here in D.C. Wave a magic wand and there is a new WPA that will put Americans to work, probably getting into Atlanta and fixing bridges or something. What would have to happen to make such a policy reality? Your magic wand is limited by physics, though.
So part of the answer to that, obviously, is a lack of political will in this town and state capitals around the country. Even though there is conversation about, quote, infrastructure in air quotes, I think we actually need to be very attentive to the proposal that they're thinking about implementing that looks like more privatization than public investment of our infrastructure, which should be deeply troubling. But I would add, and I think as critically important as infrastructure per se, is to think about doing it differently in terms of who gets the contracts, how the bidding is done, so it's not the same old crew that's politically connected. And there was a good conversation about this in the first Obama administration. As they were talking about infrastructure, it was never implemented. But the plans are out there.
I think part of what's really hard, there's a nice piece in The Atlantic that sort of goes at much of what you need to get a high-skilled job or a high-paying job in this economy is not necessarily a college degree, but it's like 10 years of apprenticeship on a particular job, right? So let's say you repair air conditioners. It takes a long time to learn all the ins and outs of these particular like HVAC systems, right? And you need to be able to work and learn those systems. And when you do have mastery of that, you can have a long-term middle-class life. But our educational system is set up so that you graduate after 12 or 13 years of education with actually very little in the way of marketable skills. And so we've got a deep mismatch between where the opportunity is and what we're training people for. And as long as we continue with that, we can invest in infrastructure, and there's going to be this like deep structural problem where lots of the people who need those jobs are ill-equipped, and we're not giving them any pathway onto them.
Quickly, Tanzina, if you want to react, 60
I agree.
seconds.
I think that's a big part of it, is making sure that we're not just graduating people after 12, 13 years with these diplomas that aren't really going to do much for them. I think we've seen a lot of removal of arts programs and shop programs. Does anybody remember shop? Like we used to have, like there were things that you could actually,
1980s hashtag.
Hashtag shop, home
You can
ec.
use it twice today, which is good.
And now it could be coding, or it could be any of these other skills that people need. I think we need to understand we're heading into a new economy, and even though the college degree is critical, there are lots of people that aren't going to benefit from that.
Thank you so much. And good to see you.
Yes, hello. My name is Gregory Clay, and I am a writer here in our lovely nation's capital. Now, I've heard a lot of talk about gaining wealth through home ownership, real estate, et cetera, especially in regard to black folk. But I haven't heard anybody talk about 401ks, stock market, okay? And that, my own personal thing is, for me, that's more important, especially during an upturn. So I'd like to hear y'all's comments about that.
It's a good
401k
question
stock market.
about financial literacy.
Exactly.
Latinos are actually one of the groups that has the lowest participation rate in these retirement plans. I actually did a story on this about a year ago. And the 401ks were initially created as a supplement to whatever other retirement savings your company was supposed to give you, i.e. pension, et cetera. We've now gone into an era where all of the pressure is on the individual to create their retirement, essentially, right? All of it. And maybe your company matches you at 6%, but beyond that, per a certain percentage and up to a max, and you're also limited with how much you can put into that. So in Latino communities, it's often we need to really get better at understanding why we need this. There's this assumption, I think, in our cultural assumption in a lot of our communities where we'll be taken care of, right, by our family members, and that's actually not the case. And so
Or Social Security.
Or Social Security, which will be there to a certain percent, up to a certain percent for most of us in this room, but not for all of us at 100%.
Right.
So we need to consider that. We also need to understand that a lot of this has been passed on to us. So now my parents had pension jobs. I don't. I worked at the New York Times. I have a tiny pension there. Who knows what that's going to do? I don't even consider it as part of my retirement plan. But that is a serious issue. And in fact, if you're not a homeowner, let's say you own your home outright or grandma gives you the home, well, that's one thing that you can sort of take off your list of stress, right, as you retire. I'm in a home, I don't have to pay rent, right? But if you don't, then that's going to be, I do the math all the time and I'm nervous. So I completely empathize. I don't know what the immediate solution is.
One of the things that I saw when I was in Atlanta, and we have the rich history of the historical black colleges and universities there, is that the community within itself lost the community centers. And where do people sit around and learn things that are relevant to what you're talking about? When do you have the accountant that comes down and comes to the community? When do you have those financial literacy classes? Where do you do that? You do that at community centers. Where do you learn the digital skills to be able to be part of this digital, if you will, economy that you're really alluding to here, that you can get the access and you can get onto your fidelity.com, or you can get to whatever where you might go to buy a share. When we lose those community centers, which we have seen in these important communities of color, we lose this ability. And that's what we have to look at. I was shocked because the investment in these community centers are so important. I grew up close to one, and if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be who I am today. But we don't have these anymore, and I think it's a big reason why we don't have this sort of literacy in the spaces you're talking about. But it's a good solution, because you get a big bang for your buck by investing in these community centers.
Except that, for the bottom half that Rakesh was pointing out, the net worth is negative $13,000. So how much are you going to be able to invest in your 401k or to buy on the stock market, right? That is the right solution for the wrong problem. And so and as I'm thinking about this, in a way, like the wealth gap really misses.
But they're not all there.
But hear me out, right? Like if your net worth is zero, then like the issue is not how are you going to make better investments, right? Because 100x of zero is zero, right? So what we need to think about is how do we come to an income gap, whereas like the person who has a net worth of zero needs more opportunity professionally, and then somewhere down the road they can.
How do you fix that?
Well, I mean, again, like fundamentally, we're in an economy. I mean, the wonderful thing is if you have the right education, there's an enormous amount of opportunity, right? And there might be gender and racial gaps in your income, but like if you have a master's degree, if you have an engineering degree, like it's a 3% unemployment rate. Like you're not somebody who's going to be like looking for work, right? I mean, let me clarify. You might at times have to look for work, but you're not going to be unemployed for a long period of time, right? So like the great thing is like human capital is like not scarce, right? Like if I read a book and I hand you the book, I don't lose the knowledge, right? There's no zero sum there. So the question is, how do we mass produce high quality education?
And I just want to reflect on that. I didn't hear a solution. But you said education.
Well, I mean,
and education, I just want to be more clear about this. One of the good solutions that were brought up by the last administration was the systemic support that creates this solution that we're hoping for, which is not only education, but it's helping parents, it's helping children, it's helping outside of school, inside of school, jobs, and these Hope neighborhoods that he created all throughout the country. I don't know the full actual name of it. Was an understanding that we don't have silver bullets, we have systems and support groups that really make a difference. We saw that in the Bronx in New York, and that's what works so well.
Yeah, so those are promised neighborhoods.
Promised neighborhoods, thank you.
Of which they're 13.
Right.
And there may be zero.
Now?
Well, there may be zero depending on what the continuation of funding is.
Right.
So that's hard-earned gains can be quickly taken away, and that's an important message. There's a deep structural piece to what Gregory is talking about, and what Tanzina referred to. There's a reason why African Americans and Hispanics don't have access to workplace-based pension and savings plans, and that's a map, if you will, that maps our long history of occupational segregation by gender, race, and ethnicity, and segments of the economy to what we would call quality jobs with good benefits. So I don't have the figure off the top of my head, and I apologize for that, but it's something like whites, even working class whites, happen to work twice as more often for employers who offer access to those kinds of plans and may seed it and contribute to it. And so sometimes you don't have to have $1 to invest because it tends to be structured in mandatory. It's those kinds of systems that we need to keep rebuilding.
Right. And one advantage with the 401k is that if you're lucky enough to get with a company that has the matching funds, it's free money. It's free bread. Okay, I'm going back to the 60s, Mr. Lloyd, from MSNBC.
Hashtag.
There you go. Hashtag.
Yeah.
That's right. Free bread,
Yeah.
I mean, 6-8% or whatever.
Jeez.
Gregory, I would intervene. It's not luck. It's not just luck. It's structured by gender, race, and ethnicity about who works where, and it's been that way for a long time. It's breaking down a bit, but when we look at who has access to those kinds of systems that are seeded and added to, the racial and ethnic difference is profound.
All right, thank you so much. Great question. I'm going to take 2 questions, and then you can react. We'll go there, and then we'll go there.
Good morning, panelists. My name is Ava Sadeghi. I'm a John Lewis Fellow for Civil and Human Rights. We discussed a lot about housing, and one issue I find particularly relevant to housing is harmful environmental consequences that individuals within that neighborhood have to endure. So how do we break that cycle, and whose responsibility is it?
Harmful, you said.
Harmful environmental consequences like air pollution, toxic waste, where individuals do not have the economic and political power to really represent themselves.
My name is Tiara Gordon. I'm a junior and female reporter for RWN at Richard Wright Public Charter School. And my question is that you talked a little bit about the role of education and charter schools. So can you talk a little bit more about how students can help bridge the wealth gap in the future?
Great questions. Thank you so much.
In terms of students, I get a lot of people asking me, for mentorship and what should I do and should I go to grad school and should I do this? And I have sort of mixed feelings about spending money that you can't afford on an education. And I'm very honest about that with a lot of people. Like I often tell people, well, if you just got out of undergrad as a journalism major, why are you jumping into a graduate school program? Like go out and see if you want to do journalism. And then, come back with a specific goal and a specific idea, of how you want to pursue that. Because I ask, I often sit down with young people and I'll say, do you have $70,000, $80,000, and how do you plan to pay for this? I think young people are often so obsessed with, I got to get this degree, I got to go to this school, I got to do this thing, that they're not looking at the financial consequences of those decisions. I mean, it's great to have a degree from Berkeley or Harvard or Yale. I mean, I don't have that. I have a master's, but I wasn't able to do that because of finances. But to be honest with you, I'm really glad I made the financial choices that I made in the education that I was able to get, because I'm not dying in a load of debt. I had debt for graduate school, but I wasn't overwhelmed with it the way I see a lot of people are today. So I really think you got to have serious conversations when you think about pursuing higher education or any certificate programs that you might want to do, and really look at what's the payoff going to be, what's the return on your investment going to be? Is this a degree that's going to end up giving you a 6-figure job or not? And then kind of look at it from there. But be very strategic about where you spend your education dollars.
There was a question before the environmental one, I'm not sure who asked it, about, why is it we're not spending on infrastructure, or why? And, we're in this funny moment, right? You've got someone like Trump saying he wants to, make America great, and then when you look at the budget, it's like we're going to spend all of this money on the military and pull money out of things that might be infrastructure, right? And so, on the one hand, there's a rhetoric of economic nationalism, but in practice, it's actually like not making investments in America. There was a debate on Fox maybe yesterday where Chris Wallace was pressing Scott Pruitt, the head of the APA. He says 166 million Americans breathe unclean air. Right? Like, what are you doing about that? And so there's this weird thing where we are simultaneously a very rich country dealing with a lot of problems that middle income and poor countries deal with. Like people in Flint, Michigan don't have clean water. Right? Like people in LA don't have clean air. And so how is it that we don't seem to be able to have an honest conversation about there are things that we do really well, and there are a lot of things that are really problematic, really troubled, and we have the resources to actually make change, but I think in some ways we talk past each other because we can't sort of hold both ideas in our head, that there is a lot to be proud of, and there's a lot that's profoundly wrong.
Tom?
I would pass, other than maybe make a quick comment on the environmental and lack of sustainability. If you look at, I hate to, as an academic, throw off a reference, but if you look at the work of Bob Bullard and others as a sociologist and in political science as well, the siting of environmental waste sites, the dumping of dangerous materials happens much more often, both in industrial and in inner cities, where communities of color tend to be much more highly located. And that's part of kind of the structuring of that as it goes along. Plus, as unfortunately we know, it's much more difficult for communities of color because of the political landscape to fight off the dumping of materials and siting of waste.
Thank you. And to the education, and she ran away. The education question is, oh, you sat down. Hello again. You know, and I just want to double down what you said there, Tanzi. You know, I myself, out of high school, didn't go to college because I didn't think it was the right thing for me. And I worked for 5 years. Then I went to college. And what I also say to those who are interested in being a storyteller or journalism, you know, when you go to college, if you were to decide to do that, study the second thing you love, not journalism, because we don't hire anymore folks, generally speaking, who have journalism degrees. We hire folks that have business degrees or biology degrees, maybe even politics, I don't know. Maybe poli-sci, maybe. Not sure about that. But you get the point, though. So if you do decide to go to college, if you do, think about it that way, be open to that as much as you love it, because you're going to learn all of these storytelling skills outside of the classroom. Okay, we've got a couple more questions. We've got 5 minutes, so please, we'll take 2 questions here.
My name is Yaya Fanusi with the United States of Africa 2017 Project Task Force, LLC. I wonder if anybody have done a study, and if it has not been done, then somebody should do it. It will be a book. You want to check the African immigrants who came to this country 60 years ago to date and find out what they are doing, what they have accomplished. You might learn a lot of things that 10 years you're not going to be talking about this the same way.
Actually, the one data
We're going to take
point...
2 questions, and then you can react.
Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you so much. Second question.
Hi, my name is Bryant Little. I'm a Peace Building Fellow with George Mason University. I had a question. It was mentioned that African American consumers will spend their money outside of their community. Is there a pressure for Black business owners in order to be economically successful to also locate their business outside their community?
Thank you both. All right, you can react to
To the first question, the only data point I've seen so far on that was from Nielsen. Did a story about 1.5 years ago on high-earning Blacks in America and how media companies are sort of positioning a lot of their content and advertising for this community. And a significant percentage of those who were earning more than $200,000 a year were Black immigrants, so Caribbean and African immigrants.
So sorry, just one very quick data point. Like in Queens, Queens became, I think about 10 years ago, the first major metropolitan area where Black middle class income, Black household incomes exceeded white. And it was very much a story of African and Caribbean immigrants. And so we do see some success stories echoing what that person said. Sorry, Thomas.
Yeah, no problem. On the entrepreneur question, if you look at small businesses, both for African American entrepreneurs and Hispanic entrepreneurs, they tend to be located in the communities that they serve, and they tend to be service-oriented kinds of businesses. So the question in economics and in policy is always to try and think about the ways in which businesses like that can cross those borders, can transcend their own, if you will, captive audience in terms of the services that they provide and produce to go into wider economic areas. And that's where huge challenges and barriers around financing come into play.
Thank you for your,
access to capital.
Thank you for your questions. We're going to finish with this, and you're not going to say a word. I love panels that do that sometimes. All I want you to do is go like this, or like this, or like this. And the question is this. We saw the trend of the wealth gap in minority communities. Where's it going in the next 2 years? No words.
So thumbs up.
It's going up. Okay, so up means it's getting better.
Okay.
Worse, the same.
Are you talking about the gap or the level?
The issue of, okay, this is not working out. Not working out.
Those are 2 different answers.
Yeah, no, these are good questions. It's getting better or it's getting worse. So the gap right now is bad. Is it going to get worse or better or stay the same? Oh, wait, hold it up. All right. All right. Thank you all for. I've had a fun time, and thank you all for playing along with us.
While we change the stage, I'll mention we do not have a break, so obviously you're just on your own for refreshment or biological break. We are about to introduce a short interview. I should mention, though, while we're in the break, that I'm going to give a little plug for, if not journalism schools, then communication schools, which our last moderator just dissed. And that is that I think it's really a way of digital literacy, that learning in the communication schools is going, the enrollment is going up, they're teaching new media, and there's a great opportunity for really getting into digital liberal arts. So, okay, with that said, let me introduce our next moderator, and as I mentioned earlier, he's kind of the godfather of this conference, who really came up with the idea. He's a news analyst for Fox News. He has a distinguished journalistic career with the Washington Post, NPR. He's written Eyes on the Prize and several other best-selling books. Please welcome Juan Williams. And with him is the third-ranking Democrat in the United States House of Representatives, the representative from South Carolina. And those of us in the communications field like to recognize that you are FCC Commissioner Mignon Clyburn's father,
Yep.
James Clyburn.
Yeah. That's my real worth.
Congressman Clyburn, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
There's a tradition here in which we try to really speak truth about race, and today we want to look at the wealth gap and how it has impacted the politics of race as you've experienced it. When you look at your district in South Carolina, which is pretty urban, is that fair to say?
50-50.
50-50, okay. What do you see on the ground in terms of policies and politics that reflect what we just heard in the previous panel is about a 10-to-1, 13-to-1 wealth gap between black and white people? I don't know what it is in South Carolina, what it is in your district specifically, but how do you experience and see it as their congressman?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this. Let me say a couple of things about this. I think that all of us will agree that the best, most efficient, most lasting way out of poverty is with education. Now, what we also see is that you don't pay for education by clipping coupons. It requires a significant investment in these communities. Now, though I say that my district is 50-50 urban and rural, if you look at urban plus rural on a national level, you will say that my district is rural. You may live in Columbia or Charleston, both of which are in my district, and call yourself urban. You'd be more urbane than urban. So we have to look at where the investments have been made. In writing my memoirs, I entitled it Blessed Experiences. And the reason I call it that is basically because as I learned as a sophomore at South Carolina State, and I'll talk more about HBCUs in a minute, a professor that I was arguing with one day said to me, after stopping the class, focusing all of attention on me, he said, now, young man, I want you to understand, you will never be any more, nor will you ever be any less than what your experiences allow you to be. So if you create experiences for people in school, in communities, on the job, that have been underfunded, relegated to entry level without any opportunities of upward mobility, and that's how you make your investments. If the schools are in communities that you do not steer investments in, for instance, when I was in the governor's office back in the 1970s, I came across a memorandum that had been prepared for Governor McNair, who was the governor before John West, who I was working for. The memorandum came from the developers, the economic developers they had hired to help attract more industry into South Carolina. The memorandum said to them a lot of things, but one of the things that caught my eye was when you are bringing prospects into South Carolina, steer them away from the following counties. Now, we have 46 counties in South Carolina, and there were 10 counties on the list. All 10 of those counties had one thing in common. They were the majority black counties in the state. So if you're steering all of your economic development prospects away from the counties that's got the black folks in it, it means you're not going to put the infrastructure there, the water and sewage that is necessary for industry to come. And therefore, and that's been the way throughout the South for years. So you will not have built into those communities the educational pursuit. So what happens? What happens is, as soon as a young person finishes high school or decide that they've had all the schooling they can afford or want, they leave. And they go in search for the Promised Land. This is a book I read once, Man-Child in the Promised Land. I thought it was a great book. It was a great book. But it talks about, I think there's a modern Man-Child in the Promised Land, The Warmth of Other Suns. Great book. And it's all about people going where the investments are being made. And if you are investing, how many times have you heard people, when they refer to the black community, they says, well, we got to do more for the inner cities. Well, the fact of the matter, more than 50% of the black people in this country still live in the South. So if your investments are in the inner cities, and you define it in Chicago, New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., then the wealth gap is going to continue to grow. And that's why I was a bit heartened to see at least 50% of your previous panel say it will stay the same. The other 50% say what I say.
Now, we live in a period when we talk about these kind of investments that you mentioned and where things are steered in terms of capital investment, infrastructure growth, educational growth. We live in a period of Donald Trump as president, who asked the question with regard to Black America, what the hell do you have to lose? Right. With a new approach. And his approach is focused heavily on jobs and rewarding people who would bring jobs into communities. Does this extend to Black, brown, to Asian communities, or is this a one-sided proposition from your view?
Right now, it's a one-sided proposition. Several years ago, when we were putting together the so-called recovery package, the stimulus bill, I said to the president-elect at the time, this meeting took place the first meeting was like 2 weeks after the president had been elected. He'd gone off, President Obama had gone to Hawaii. He had just gotten back the day after he came back from his R&R. we had this meeting, it was a bicameral, bipartisan meeting. And I said to them, when it came my time to speak, we went in sort of a round robin. I said, now, I am one of the few Democrats I know that is not all that enamored with Franklin Roosevelt. I am a Harry Truman Democrat. Now, they were a little taken aback by that. And I said to them, I said, well, let me tell you why. The New Deal was a raw deal for the people that I represent. Now, a lot of people will never look at that. They just talk about how we came out of the Depression. Why is it that we came out of that Great Depression with the South still suppressed? Well, a majority of the South were black people in the 1930s. A majority of South Carolina was black. At one point, 2/3 of the South Carolina General Assembly was black. So when the New Deal came along, it had, when it came south, it had a little tag hung on it, white only. You go back to Civilian Conservation Corps, white only. Work Projects Administration, WPA, white only. And I think it summed up best for me when Truman was president. One of his biggest antagonists was J. Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond was a big supporter of Franklin Roosevelt. So a reporter stopped Thurmond one day and said, now, Senator, you got to explain to me, why is it that you are such a big supporter of Roosevelt and you hate Harry Truman? Harry Truman is only advocating the same kind of policies that Roosevelt advocated. And Thurmond's reply was, yes, I know, but Truman means it. Now, I want you all to go back and look at the history and think about that, and you will see that, and this is what I shared with the president that day, President-elect. I said, now, right now, Harry Truman's my favorite president. Now, you can do something about that. And the only way you can change my mind, is to target recovery resources into the needy communities. And that's where this 10-20-30 formula came from. Because I'm looking at the census, and they talk about all these persistent poverty counties. And they define a persistent poverty county by being a county where 20% or more of the population has been stuck beneath the poverty level for the last 30 years. So I said, why don't we target at least 10% of all the money that we appropriate here into those counties where 20% or more of the population has been stuck beneath the poverty level for 30 years. And I argued vehemently for that. Of course, they didn't want to do it. They did allow sort of an experiment and gave me 4 counts to apply that formula in. It had a tremendous success. 4,600 communities got water and sewage for the first time. In some communities, they've been trying for over 50 years, and they couldn't get their states to invest in it. But because of this formula, money went to a little place, Britton's Neck, down in Marion County, South Carolina, Bowman, Branchville in Orangeburg County, King Street, Williamsburg County. They 132 miles of water line for the first time ever. Now, I wrote an essay about that for the Harvard Journal on Legislation, and Paul Ryan saw it and called me and asked would I come before the Budget Committee to talk about that. I went before the Budget Committee, and a little while later, he became Speaker of the House. He then came back to me and says, will you sit down with Harry Truman? Harry Truman. No, I'm not going to sit down with Harry Truman. I am going to his institute, but I'm getting the Harry Truman Award this year in a couple of weeks. Would you sit down with Harold Rogers? And I did. He has now put that formula into 17 accounts. of the appropriations bill. Because that's the only way you are going to do anything about closing this wealth gap. You're going to have to invest in these communities. If you don't put in water and sewage, you're never going to get the industry. So infrastructure, the industry will come. You get the industry, you develop a tax base, you will be able to support schools, and you won't have schools like we have in my district where the roofs are leaking. If a strong rain comes, they spend more time putting tubs and buckets on the floor. The labs cannot get funded because they all get wet. Elementary schools where the children don't have working restrooms. I'm not making this up. I can take you right now to counties in South Carolina where elementary schools have children in them every day and the restrooms don't work. So if you don't have the industry coming in, you're never going to get the tax base, you're never going to be able to build good schools, and you will continue to increase the wealth gap because you aren't going to educate the people, because the people who do get through high school will leave, and they're never coming back until they reach 65 on Social Security, Medicare, and need a whole lot of care and can't make any investments. And I'm not making this up either. We've got a tremendous reverse migration coming on now. And it's those people who are now retired, but they've really lived out their productive lives up north and come back south and become a significant burden on the healthcare system and everything else, and you continue to grow the wealth gap.
Now, you talk about conversations with Speaker Ryan, Congressman Rogers, and I'm thinking to myself, does this extend then to the White House in the recent budget? Because there you hear lots of criticism from Democrats about monies being moved away from social safety net programs, but arguably money being put into investments in the kind of infrastructure that you're discussing. So is that budget pleasing to you?
Absolutely not, because you know, you can label anything infrastructure. If you look at the Recovery Act, I had a big problem with the Recovery Act. The Recovery Act overly invested in tax credits. It did not put in the direct investments to the extent that we needed to in order for these communities to recover. Everybody knows that the recovery has left a lot of people behind. And we talk about it all the time, but nobody wants to talk about why. And that's what they're talking about now. We're going to have this $1 trillion infrastructure program. And you start looking at what they're planning, this for you to get all the tax breaks that you can possibly muster if you make certain investments. And you call that infrastructure. You're not going to do what is necessary, I think, without making these direct investments in these communities. So no, we do not support that. I had this talk. Now I'm not just talking to these other people. I went to the meeting the other day with Trump, the CBC executive committee asked me to come along, and of course I went. And so I said to him, I talked to him about 10, 20, 30, and we just told him, we're not going to support any kind of an infrastructure program that de-emphasizes direct investment in needy communities and give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. And that's what this thing is about.
But what about then the argument, I think you hear this from the likes of Ben Carson now over at Housing and Urban Development, that there has to be a shift that would get people off of the social safety net, that part of dealing with the wealth gap is emphasizing people becoming more self-reliant, and part of that would be, we're going to build infrastructure, we're going to put jobs in place, we need people who are ready, prepared to take advantage of it in terms of work or as investors.
As investors?
Investors, that you would want more people investing in these communities, starting jobs, starting businesses.
Oh, well, look, sure we want that. I heard the question earlier, And I didn't quite understand it. I think you may have asked a question about the expenditures outside of black communities. Well, the fact of the matter is, you spend your money where the businesses are. So I can take you to communities in my district where there are not even grocery stores. So if you don't have the grocery store in your community and you got to buy food, you go to the grocery store. If you got to go to the drugstore and they're in your community, you got to go where they are. So the question, so I think the reverse is required to answer your question appropriately, and that is, will you invest in the communities? Will you put the stores in these communities? People don't do it. And they have a lot of reasons, most of which are phony, for not doing it. And when they do, check it out sometime. You come to the community where there is a grocery store, and then you go to a community across town where 99% is white, and look at the differences in the price for bread and quality of the food. And that is what's being perpetuated here. And this is a lot of phony stuff that has no real basis in fact. It is what people tend to buy into and tend to perpetuate and get angry with those of us who call attention to the fact that it ain't true.
Now, I think the question was about spending money in the black community, black people spending money in their own community, building up institutions in their own community. But I understand your response. I just wanted to say that to you as a point of clarification.
Well, the question was, they say that black people spend their money outside of the community.
Right.
And I'm saying, yes, that's true. And I'm just saying why they spend the money outside the community.
Okay. We're going to have Q&A shortly, so please come to the microphones, but let me continue down this line of questioning with you. When you hear about the wealth gap, we heard in the previous panel about real estate as a primary source of wealth transfer, one generation to another, but that minorities in the country are at a disadvantage because real estate in black, Latino, Asian communities tends to be of lower value or generate less increase in value over time as opposed to real estate in white communities. When you're thinking, again, from a policy perspective, as a leading political voice here in DC about this, do you see any policy remedy on the horizon?
Well, sure. Look, if you are buying real estate, you have to have a system that supports the investments that are made in the community. I'm trying to say this in a way that won't upset too many people. We all know that you've seen this. You convince one white group or one white family to sell a house to a black family. And then you warn all the other white families that the blacks are coming. And then you see the price of those houses go up. That's the false dichotomy, and it happens over and over and over again. And we know that's what's going on. So the first thing you got to do, you got to stop redlining. I used to be on the bank board, and I know very well. I was chair of the CRA committee, and I was on the bank that got sued. It was CNS Bank got sued down in Atlanta, Georgia, for redlining. And the only reason I went on the board to blacken up the redlining. And so we have policies that allow that to take place. And we can have policies that stop it from taking place. We've seen votes taking place now we're now allowing people, and this is not exact, but this is going to contribute to it. When we get rid of all of the privacy rules, we just voted in the House last week to get rid of the privacy rules. Now, what does that say? It's going to open up your health records. It's going to open up other things about you that allow people to get into your lives in such a way that they will design certain products for you. For instance, in healthcare, you are going to design, and you just watch this new bill they come back with. It's going to create the ability to sell junk policies. People don't read the fine print. And what you'll do, you get sick, and you think you got insurance, and 3 weeks later, you will max out your benefits, and you didn't know what was in the fine print. These kinds of things tend to make people overly dependent on, say, emergency rooms, the most expensive if it's health care. If you're a student and you're using credit card debt to evaluate whether or not your family can borrow money for you to go to school, and when you come out of school, you got $190,000 of debt. And then when are you going to be prepared to invest in a home and to raise a family and to build wealth? Because in order to get that 4 years, or sometimes 7 or 8 years of education, you're deeply in debt, and you're going to be there for a long time. That contributes to the wealth gap. So this thing is a cynical cycle that keeps turning and turning and turning, and we all pretend we don't know what these laws are going to lead to. The laws that we've been passing over there for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I'm just praying that the senators stay healthy and stop some of this foolishness, because it's going to build a gap that will allow the wealth gap to get wider and wider.
We have a question.
Well, first of all, is the mic on?
Yes.
Oh, good. First of all, I just want to say blessings to you two gentlemen, because I see you on television all the time, and I finally get to see you in person, and you're wonderful. You're beautiful. So thank you. Thank you. As I listened to the conversation this morning and to you, Senator, my concern is I'm a former educator, former university vice president across the nation from D.C. to California and even in South Africa. So that's my background. So I work with young people and I hire faculty members. I'm retired now, but I did all of that stuff in 47 years of my life, right? So my concern is, how do we grow the next generation? So if I had to change the title of the symposium today, it would be, how do I get out of poverty if I'm an 8th grader or 12th grader? And I mean this seriously. How do we plant within the minds and the hearts of our young people that they can get out? And so they don't even know what the 401k is and all of that other stuff that we know about, right? They just want their lives to be different. So I made a list, and I want you to react to this. So here's my list. The ability to see tomorrow. Can you plant that in our young people where they can see not what they're struggling with today, but tomorrow? Number 2, teach them how to dream, have visions and big hopes. Dream, have vision and big hope. Number 3, utilize family for motivation. Get the family members, aunts and uncles and cousins and whomsoever to push the kid, push the child and say, you can do it. Number 4, develop an internal desire to achieve and a desire to get out of whatever is holding you back. And then number 5, develop a hunger to be, to know, to serve, to read, which is missing in the White House right now. I want to underscore read.
I'm going to have to cut you off at 5. I think I've been generous.
All right, so you cut me off, that's fine. But I want to know, what would you do? What would you add to my list? I only have 3 more left, but what would you add to my list to help our kids to break out?
Let me direct this to Congressman Clyburn. What you hear in the question is something that you said right from the start. Education, #1 way to get out of poverty. The question is, though, you're talking to an 8th grader. I don't know how often you talk to 8th graders, but
Very often.
if, let's say, you're talking to an 8th grader and it's a good young person, goes to the school that's in their neighborhood, great dreams, good family, that would answer some of your questions. So
Yes,
I'm just
yes.
limiting it. This is not someone coming from a broken family. It's not someone without ambition. What do you say to that young person?
Well, let me say it this way. The questions you ask
Yes.
are good questions. They aren't questions that I can deal with legislatively.
Right. Okay.
I can deal with those questions if you create a climate in the home. Fortunately for me, we were poor, but mom and dad were there. And we were driven to do all these things that you talk about there.
So
What I said to an 8th grader,
let me pause for a minute. But as a legislator, you just answered it because you said the family was there.
but you
and then
can't
you said,
legislate a family.
but you can share your experience as you stand in front of the camera with the
Well, give him a
country.
chance. Give him a
Yeah,
chance.
let me answer your question. What I say to every 8th grader,
Yes.
same thing I say to 3rd graders,
Yes.
the same thing I say to law school graduates.
Okay.
When I ran for Congress, I had lost 3 races. And a friend of mine said to me, "What are you going to do now? You just lost the 3rd time, and you know what they say, 3 strikes and you're out." I say to 3rd graders, that's a baseball rule. And nobody should live their lives by baseball rules. And I said to them, to always remember what your parents and grandparents said to you. If at first you don't succeed,
Try. Try.
they didn't say try 1 more time or 2 more times or 3 more times. So I say that to 3rd graders.
Wonderful.
And I say that to graduating lawyers. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. I also say to them, you see me perspiring here profusely here. These lights are pretty bright. You know, and I said to young people all the time, every one of you know or think you know that we enjoy the illumination in this room because of a guy named Thomas Edison. You think you know. But Thomas Edison could not get the light bulb done. He knew how to get it to light up. He couldn't get it to stay lit. And then he heard about a guy up there in Boston, up in Massachusetts, named Louis Latimer.
Yes. Yes.
And he went to Louis Latimer and said, look, let's collaborate. I got this bulb. You got this filament. And together, now Thomas Edison was able to get beyond the fact that he was white and Latimer was black.
Right.
And I say to young people all the time, if you get a filament or something that is comparable, now people will come to you. So you spend your time effecting that which you, making that perfect. If you spend your time effectively perfecting whatever it is that you're about, you break out of it. But you can't break out of it. Well, I better not say that. My father was a minister. And he used to tell me all the time, son, you pray for good health and strength. And if the good Lord gives you some modicum of good health and strength, you get up off your knees and you work like hell. And so we have to instill in young people that it takes hard work. But you've got to overcome this stuff. There's a lot of stuff that you're going to have to overcome.
Right, right.
And there's going to be more stuff
Yes.
as a result of some recent events that you're going to have to overcome. So I just think that you try to instill in young people a willingness to work hard and a willingness to accept the fact that everybody ain't going to want you to succeed.
Right.
And sometimes that has to do with skin color, but a lot of times, a lot of people who look just like you ain't going to want you to succeed.
Right, we know.
And so you have to get over that.
All right.
Thank you.
We have another question.
How y'all doing today? My name is Reginald Rice, and I go to Richard Wright Public Charter School for Journalism and Media Arts. And my question was sort of to almost piggyback off of what the previous lady just said, but more so educational-wise, because me and a lot of my fellow seniors are more so pushed to go into college right after high school when we ourselves know that we can't pay for that at that moment, and we end up taking out student loans and other type of loans from banks, and that causes us to be in future debt that we probably won't end up paying off, maybe even to our kids, our grandkids. And that also causes us to even become maybe poor because we can't pay off that loan. And so what I want to ask is, what is a way and to instill in our minds and in future seniors that what is the best plan to get a better education but also be in a good financial situation?
So we take this conversation about wealth to a different level, which is young people who want to go to school but are afraid of the debt that accompanies it.
I'm going to tell you what I've been pushing, and this is a good segment. There are two things. Number one, I think it's sinful. It is immoral. That what we're doing as a federal government is making a lot of money off students. We are charging 8-10% interest on student loans. Yet we'll say to a person who wants to start a business, we will loan you the money to start your business as 1 point above prime. So my idea, and I've been pushing this for a while, is to make student loans comparable to business loans. And if you are going to have 1 point above prime as being the rate for a business loan, let's make that the rate for student loans as well. Right now, they get 1% above prime, and you're getting 9 and 10 points above prime paying interest. And so, and when you come out, and the interest rate is still running. There are people in this room right now that maybe not quite as old as I am, they're still paying interest, paying student loans. And so I think that that's one thing we ought to be doing up here. Secondly, I think we ought to recognize that every student that comes out of high school, we ought to let them make better choices about what they pursue. These lights were put in here by electricians. You don't need a 4-year degree to be an electrician. The plumbing in this building, guy made a lot of money, and some women made a lot of money putting the plumbing in this building, and the flooring. All the stuff that goes into education, we make it sound to people that you gotta go to a 4-year liberal arts college. I told a group of Job Corps students one time, as I listened to them argue about which one of them was being trained in the vocation that was most important to society. I said to them, if I get in my car, start back to this hill today, and something happens to the automobile, I'm not going to call Warren Williams. No, I don't need no newsman. I'm going to need an automobile mechanic. If I get up in the morning and turn on my water faucet and no water comes out, I'm not going to call a lawyer. I'm going to call a plumber. The most important person to me at that particular juncture would be the plumber. So I think that what we have to do is let young people develop where they have potential. I have a good friend, some of them may know, I'm going to call his name. I've been not calling his name recently. His name is David Dowdy, who just retired, a cardiologist in Charlotte, North Carolina. We were good friends. We started the Christmas holidays every year together. Dowdy said something to me last December that shocked me. He says, when I finished that little high school, Weber High School down there in Eastover, South Carolina, and got up to North Carolina, A&T, I had to take remedial everything. He's just retired as a very successful cardiologist, but he had to take remedial education. Ron McNair, a very successful astronaut, when he came out of Lake City, he had to take remedial courses. Everybody talk about him being an MIT physicist. But before he ever got to MIT, He was at North Carolina A&T. He never would have made it if he did not go into a school where he could get remedial courses, he could get the nurturing he needed, he could have small classrooms, and became a tremendous success. That happens time and time again. Yet you talk to a lot of white politicians, as one in South Carolina said a couple of years ago, that those people who go to HBCUs go there because they can't get in anywhere else. See, that's the mentality. So what we've got to do is say to young people, whatever it is that you want to do, let's have in place mechanism that will allow you to pursue your dreams, your aspirations, and be supportive of that. Don't put that burden on you that you've got to get this kind of degree or you can't make it, and then you got to borrow this money at these exorbitant rates, and then you will be burdened for the rest of your life. There's a lot that we can do, and I'm going to be raising my voice a little louder about a lot of this because I'm now well past the promise. And so you just don't give a damn when you get to my age.
We have to wrap up, but I see there's one more, and I'll indulge us in one more question.
Thank you. Hi, Congressman.
Hi there.
I met you once before, actually, like 2 months ago, so hello again.
Okay, hi there.
But I have a bit of a different story in the sense that my family is pretty educated. My grandfather was the first African American to own a practice in the county of Orange County in California, and all my parents are college graduates, all from HBCUs. So I've seen the impact that education can have on your life and just improving your income and closing a wealth gap. However, I've graduated from college. I'm now in my last year of law school, graduating in May. And like we've talked about before, there's a lot of student loans and debt that you have having gone through that many years of education. And my debt is not even comparable to a lot of my counterparts and a lot of my classmates. So coming out of school in that type of situation, but also having this burning desire to want to give back to your communities and to inspire other people who look like you or who don't to pursue their dreams and to pursue education, and really to infiltrate.
Gotta ask a question.
I'm sorry. Where do we go for support on that? Because at one point, people contact your congressman. I'm sure that in your case that would be best. But where do we go? Because it seems that in this political climate, in this economic climate, there aren't very many outlets for support for people in my situation.
All right, so what do you say, Congressman?
Well, I'd say that you've come to the right place here today. I don't know that I can give you any advice beyond the fact that we have to make student loans, student support, these programs are part of the political discussion that we have. There's no magic wand. And no matter what we do, whatever I take to the floor of the House, I got to get 217 other people to agree with me. And then pray that the 100 guys across the Capitol will support whatever we do. But let me just say this. That old adage that the journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step, you just have to take the single step and know that this one step is not going to get you to the end of this journey, but it starts you on the journey. Most legislation that I've been successful with, it took me 7 to 8 years to get the laws passed. And that's fact. When you're working on something like the recovery package, you can get something in there. But if you're starting out with a fresh idea, it's going to take some time to get it done. And we're working on my idea of what to do about student loans. It's not going to happen overnight. The problem we have with most young people is that they tend to feel that if I bring this issue to you today, and you tell me you're going to work on it, I'll be back next week. And I want to make sure that you have done it. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's a slow, long, drawn-out process. I've had tremendous legislative success, but it takes an average of 6 to 7 years to get anything done that I've started out with, and that's just the case. Now, if I had given up Recovery Act was what, 9 years ago?
Exactly.
Now, all of a sudden, here's the Republican Speaker of the House putting that formula into his appropriations bill. If I had given up on that, it wouldn't be there. So don't give up on your pursuits. I mean, make it a part of your discussion with everybody you have. I don't remember why we met before, but you should have said something to me about that then. And then that would been what, 2 months ago, you said?
Yeah, I met you at.
On the way to 7 years.
I would have for 6 years and 10 months.
That's how you go. Congressman Clyburn, we want to say thank you for joining us here at this Aspen Institute discussion. Thank you very much. Do you need that?
No, I'm okay.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. Good. Okay, as we change the stage, we're not going to take a break. We're going to have to make up a little time here. So to lead our next panel is a really great pleasure for me to introduce an award-winning journalist, Peabody Award-winning journalist, anchor for All Things Considered on NPR, and has written in-depth profiles for National Geographic, Time, ABC News, and Lifetime Television, known for creating a really interesting project called The Race Card. And now I'm really proud to say that she's a new colleague of mine at the Aspen Institute, starting a new program called The Bridge at the Aspen Institute. Please welcome Michelle Norris.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm going to ask the panelists to come on down. We have a fantastic panel this morning. We're going to talk about how we talk about race. What we talk about, come on in. There's a step on this side if you.
Got it.
Okay. All right. That was impressive. How we talk about race, what we talk about, what we don't talk about, what we avoid, what the tone of this conversation is like. And I want us to think about, and you notice I keep using the word us, because this is going to be a conversation with the room. We're going to talk to each other, but we want you to think about your role in this conversation also, because often when we think about conversations about race, it's that thing that other people are doing that we kind of listen in on, or wag our fingers, or applaud, or shake our head, or get our neck exercises, depending on what people are saying. So I'm going to ask the panel to introduce themselves in a particular way, and as they do it, I want you to think about your answer to this question as well. So I want you to introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what you do quickly, just your title. But then the third thing I want to hear from you is how you describe yourself at the core of your identity. So and I want you to think about how you would answer that. So my name is Michelle Norris. I am the founding director of the Race Card Project. I am the executive director of a new program at the Aspen Institute called The Bridge. I am a longtime journalist. And then it gets really deep. Okay, so what's the core of my identity? I'm an African-American woman. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. But you only get, I would say 6 words, but I'm going to give you a little bit more than that. You get only one sentence in that last part to tell us what is at the core of your identity. And I want you all to think about this, because the answer to that last part of the question informs how we create bridges to each other and how we understand each other.
Very good. My name is Amy Hinojosa. I am the president and CEO of MANA, a national Latina organization. We're the oldest and largest Hispanic women's organization in the country. And to answer your question, this is actually an interesting one for me. I am Latina, Mexican-American, third generation Mexican-American in the United States on my father's side. On my mother's side, I am Cajun from Louisiana. And I am also a Texan, so Southern on top of all that identity.
And you know how she managed to do that in one sentence with a few hyphens and parentheticals and made it all work? Adam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Foss. I'm a former prosecutor, and now I'm the president of an organization called Prosecutor Impact. I am an orphaned immigrant who is a black man in America who is at the core of the criminal justice system every single day.
My name is Khizr Khan. By profession, I'm a lawyer. These days, I speak on behalf of the Constitution of the United States throughout the country. And I am a patriot American Muslim. Thank you.
Mr. Khan, I'm going to begin with you because you were thrust into America's conversation about race and identity. And you will notice that I use those terms interchangeably, and we can talk about why in just a minute. When you spoke at the Democratic National Convention so movingly in ways that I think all of us remember, deep in our heart, we still remember that. And as a result of that, you were thrust into the spotlight in a way that some people would have been uncomfortable with, but you took the moment. You know, if you follow Hamilton, if you're a Hamilton fanatic, you know, you were ready for your moment. And you decided to step into this conversation and to play a role in this conversation as someone who helps lead the conversation, but also who listens very carefully. You have been traveling the country on something of a listening tour. So if you could just quickly tell us a little bit about why you were so comfortable stepping into this role, and in honor of your son, in honor of your experience, and also what you're hearing as you're on this listening tour.
Michelle, my conversation will not be complete unless I pay tribute to our civil rights leaders, my source of strength. Every conversation that I have, I apologize if my voice raises, because such are the time that all of us need to raise our voice. I pay tribute to our civil rights leaders that have brought us here, that have brought the race relation to this point. So after paying tribute to them, I met Honorable John Lewis after the convention. We shook hands, and I promised him something. And I'm keeping my promise. I wish he was here. I told him that I'll continue to speak up until these stressful times for my nation are over. And that is what I have continued to do. Leaders like yourself, folks that are sitting with me, I am just so humbled and honored. It is the strength from their leadership that I drive, and I have continued to speak. This is my 101st appearance in front of this wonderful people here. And I have been to your hometown, Minneapolis, Minnesota, a couple of nights ago. Prior to then in Iowa, Texas, Boston, San Francisco, coast to coast, but mostly in heartland of America. I wish to share this observation with you that in Cedar Rapids, half of the hall was packed with veterans of this country, men and women. I asked them, why have you come? And they identified themselves that we are Republicans, we are conservatives, we voted for Trump, but Mr. Khan, we are worried about our health. There was a lady among them with the dialysis machine attached to her. She came to ask me, what should I do so that my health care is not mismanaged, changed, what assurance you can give. Then a couple of veterans asked, Mr. Khan, we have heard that we will have no legal services henceforth. The reason is that Trump has not placed, Republicans have not placed any funding for the Legal Services Corporation, which provides legal services to the veterans. Among those veterans were women veterans. And I was told that women veterans are the most victim of this lack of legal services because of the violence, because of some challenges obtaining benefits. Such is same thing in Dallas, same thing in other parts. My nation is worried, my country is concerned. There is lack of leadership at both ends of the Pennsylvania Avenue. There is lack of moral compass at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. So you will say, what should we do? We should continue to speak, each and every one within our capacity, stand next to those who are hurting the most. Stand this race relation conversation. I migrated to this country in 1980. I have heard this every time there is a tragic incident, my brother and sisters of African American community is killed. Then we begin to talk about race relation. This is high time that we bring end to this conversation and we take some step. Those solutions will not come from either end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Those solutions will come right from here. And I'll be more than glad to share additional comments that I have received throughout these conversations.
So let's talk about our racial compass right now in the country. How would you characterize the tone of the conversation about race in America right now? What has changed? Who dominates the conversation? And who's left out?
There are so many answers to that question. I think who dominates the conversation, maybe it's not a who, it's a what. I think fear dominates our conversation right now. And I think that you have people on different ends of the spectrum. You have white America fearful that they are losing something when you see numbers of immigrants growing, when you see other demographics growing. So there's fear that they're losing something. But then you have fear of communities of color, fear that they're going to lose even more. And so that's what's dominating the conversation right now. And so everyone's position that's taken, it gets wrapped up in that fear. And one of the really interesting statistics that came out of the election cycle was that, and I believe this was a study out of UC Santa Barbara and Stanford, and they asked whites who were thinking about voting for Trump what they thought of the statistic that by 2042, the country would be minority white. The result of that was they were more inclined to vote for Trump as a result of that statistic.
If they heard that statistic.
And so I don't think we have to tell anyone in this audience that anyone who was a non-white male, heterosexual Christian, that all of the fear that came to our communities at the thought of what would happen during a Trump administration. And so I think what we're leaving out of the conversation right now is where we can empathize with one another and where we can find that common ground. Because we coexist every single day. But somehow we have ratcheted up the conversation to this fevered pitch right now. But we have to decide, and not just people of color, but everyone in the country has to decide. And it's not lost on me that we're having a conversation on race on the 49th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. There was a lot of conversation here in DC about whether folks would stay or go if a Trump administration came in. My answer to that was, if a Trump administration comes in and the things that we are afraid of start to happen, this is where advocates have to stand and fight. This is where we have to decide if we are worthy of the legacy of a Dr. Martin Luther King, of a Cesar Chavez. Are we the ones who are going to take that conversation to the next level? Because the future will judge us by what we're doing in this moment.
But you raise an interesting point about the vulnerability of, that people face once they're presented with statistics. There's interesting research around this in a number of things. For instance, if you remind a young woman that she is of her gender before she takes a math test, she will perform more poorly on that math test. I mean, the way that we process information and that it leads us to order our steps or our thoughts in particular ways is interesting. But when we have these conversations about race, there is often the presumption that they are by, for, and about people of color. You will notice that there's something missing on the panel right now. We're talking about race and we're all people of color. A white person perhaps should be included in this conversation on the panel. Is that a mistake that we, and I'm using the big royal collective we, often make when we have conversations about race, that we automatically go to a certain part of the contact list or a certain part of the Rolodex? And I know by saying Rolodex, I just totally aged myself because the young people in the room don't even know what a Rolodex is anymore. But is that a mistake that we often make in presuming that the conversation about race is really about people who have melanin in their skin or more melanin in their skin, and that white people are not racist themselves, that they somehow don't check a box or don't have a place in this conversation? Adam?
It certainly is a mistake. You can't have a conversation without two parties, and a conversation on race is one that needs to have all the parties in the room. I think the fear, again, is I don't want to say something that's offensive, and we don't make room for each other to do that. The title of this symposium is "The State of Race in America." Like Mr. Khan, I've done 200 talks this year, and a lot of them are at places where we're talking about opportunity and leaders and economic mobility, all white people. And when you have a conversation on the state on race, this is 70% people of color in this room, 80%.
So how do we change that to make sure that when we talk about race, it's not just a conversation about people of color, that white America, blended America, people of all hues and faith traditions are included in that conversation?
I think obviously inviting people in is a big part of it. Sometimes we need to go where they're at. The magic of the 13th for somebody who is in criminal justice reform was not the content in the movie, it was the distribution.
Okay, you're talking about the film produced by Ava DuVernay called The 13th,
Yes.
that was available via Netflix and then available for free at some point,
Yes.
so it would reach a broader distribution.
When you put a program like that on Netflix, now parents are watching it after the 6 o'clock news, whereas if you tried to put that material out in something that, on a BET or Black Entertainment Television or in the theaters at a small release, you're not getting the buy-in. So sometimes you have to go to where they're at to include them in the conversation.
How has social media changed the nature of our conversation about race? In some ways, it allows us to reach more people. In other ways, it's like a rain of fists. People will throw all kinds of things out there with the hashtag just saying. Has that deepened the conversation? Has it expanded the conversation? Or has it in some way pinched the conversation?
I would say that pinched is a good way of putting it. It is in some ways reduced the conversation. To have an ideological conversation, you need words and you need sentiment, and you don't always get those things from 140 characters. However, it has been the great mobilizer. And so there's a yin and a yang to it. We have to understand how we can use it for good, but at the same time understand where it's defeating us. Because you can scroll through Twitter on any given day and see epithets of every kind, more than you've ever seen in your life. It is hard to balance seeing those things, but also seeing these are the opportunities where I can be active. We're going to go and protest today, or we're going to start a letter writing campaign, or we're going to do this. We can mobilize, but we have to understand how to use it, and we have to understand how it's impacting students. This is really going to be, we're starting to learn, this is the first generation of students who have been exposed to that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anytime. And so we're going to start to see what those long-term impacts are, because for my generation, we all shared the phone in the kitchen, right? We didn't have a cell phone that we could access every minute of every day. And so I think figuring out how to harness it for good, just like anything else, figuring out how to harness it for good, and at the same time, fight back all of the negative things that come as a result.
I wonder if you can harness it for exploration. I mean, I am very cognizant of the fact that the Race Card Project grew over time to the point that we've archived more than 50,000 narratives and have tens of thousands that are in queue waiting to be archived, in part because we put the basket on the table at the moment that America was engaged in this big social media conversation or this experiment. So I understand that you can reach people. And I wonder if you can use this as a way to see other lives. If you're willing, if you go into a community, Mr. Khan, for instance, do you go to social media, to Facebook, to Twitter, to Instagram, to try to learn about that community before you arrive in that community? Can you learn something about Cedar Rapids and the people there and the things that are important to them before you ever set foot in Cedar Rapids by actually using social media?
Well, I try to do that, but in my recent observation, the concerns, this may not be representative of the Heartland America crowd that comes to such gatherings. Whenever I feel that in the front row are the faith leaders of communities sitting, I can assure you the morale and the race relation is at its best. And that is where lies the solution. So I try to assess who has been invited. I normally ask my host to extend the invitation to other groups, to political groups, to social groups, to faith groups. Wherever I notice that the morale of the community and morale of the people in that community is highest, that is a result of joining hands. The reason is that as human beings, we look up to our leaders. And when social media has been used as source of hate speech, these are not my words, these are the word of the judge that refused to defer because the bigoted speech through the campaign where some participants were thrown out of one of the gathering, they sued Donald Trump, and he takes the shelter. He takes the shelter of First Amendment cowardice.
So you're tying
the judge told him
to the Muslim ban.
And the judge told him that this kind of speech that he had been uttering throughout the campaign is not covered under First Amendment, it's hate speech. So when you have leaders exploiting social media like this, of course community will be concerned and worried. And social media is something that dialogue can continue. But the corruption of the social media has been so alarming, so embarrassing for my country, for my nation, by the highest office holder of this country. The rest of the world makes fun of United States, the status that we had maintained to lead the world, lead mankind, be the beacon of hope, now is laughed at just because of the moral compassless clown show taking place in White House. I apologize
Tell us how you really
but it is so true. It is so true.
I want to ask you a personal question about bringing your whole self to your work, not just as an advocate, not on the road, but you are an attorney. And so we talk about we're discussing how we talk about race in the public sphere, but I want to talk a little bit about how we control that conversation in the private sphere, in the world that we embody when we're doing our work, when we're with our families. So as an attorney, I'm wondering if you felt comfort in talking about race and talking about your identity, in advocating around issues of race and diversity in the places that you've worked, in the firms that you've worked, in the advocacy organizations there. Because one of the things that we know in America that if you want to obtain a position of leadership, if you want to rise to a position of leadership in any kind of organization, law firm, corporation, newsroom, museum, one of the fastest ways to get there is to avoid conversations about race. Because to involve yourself in conversations about race means walking through a landmine that might slow your roll. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if you felt empowered in that, and if you would speak honestly about that, even if you didn't.
I apologize to you, Michelle, but I disagree. I have spoken then, not as loudly as now. We have, when we migrated to United States, one of the places that I used to come bring my family, bring Captain Humayun Khan. And our guest was Thomas Jefferson and his monument and the inscription on the walls and all that. And then the dilemmas of slave ownership of Jefferson. We spoke that on our dinner table. We spoke with our guests. We do face these dilemmas, but speaking, having conversation within family, within your private gathering, makes you honest and realize, in a sense, that these conversations can be had. These conversations should be had, must be had. And I implore all of us to continue to have this conversation of race relations, of diversity, why it is necessary. Look, we are way behind rest of the mankind. The mankind is not created in one color, one shape, or one size. We should be an example for the rest of the world. The mankind strives for leadership, moral, ethical leadership, leadership of equal dignity. Sometimes folks ask, why you carry this Constitution in your pocket? Why do you talk about this? I don't talk about the Constitution just because it is US Constitution. I talk about it because some people call those amendments, I call them human dignities. Each and every member of mankind of today aspires to have those dignities. Some of us are fortunate to have them. Some of other parts of mankind are under authoritarian regimes, rules, dictatorships. They aspire to have these dignities. So we have had these conversations in private, in public. Lately it had been loud, but we will continue to be loud and louder. The reason being louder is that everyone in here, maybe with the exception of one or two, they all are of the same voice. They all are of the same thought and belief that these dignities must be maintained, must be defended today, tomorrow, and time to come. And we will not let anyone push us down, push us back.
Thank you. Thank you. Adam, I want you to talk a little bit about the experience of talking about race in the workplace. When I asked you to identify yourself, I believe the first thing you said is, I'm a black man in America. A black man in America with dreadlocks, really long dreadlocks. And so when you want to bring your authentic self to work, I'm wondering if there is an expectation that you will lead the conversation about race or carry the conversation, or when it comes time to talk about race, if everyone turns and looks at Adam. And if you're comfortable with that, or is there a certain amount of peril in being the person who brings up race, who leads the conversation about race, or who directs an organization to take a good look at hard truths?
So I was a black man. I am a black man in America with dreadlocks, working as a prosecutor in Boston. Like the perfect storm of where you don't want to be. And the reason that it was such a thing, it wasn't like being a lawyer at another office. It's at a place where the people who most of the folks that I worked with saw as your adversary were people of color. And every day, every decision that we're making are impacting those people's lives. And when you don't have the empathy or the understanding of where these folks are coming from, the damage is great. And so when you try to educate someone, and I'll use that term, even though that's not what I was doing all the time, you can come off as sort of like that guy, like everything was an issue.
Looking for race under every rock.
And the sad part is it actually had this really deleterious effect. The conversation went away, and people used the term colorblind all the time. And I know that you and I had our moment about that word out in Ferguson. But the more dangerous thing than the people that we saw during the campaign and out at these rallies and going crazy were the people who stood next to me and said, I don't see color. We don't need to talk about this because I treat everyone the same.
So when someone says they're colorblind, how do you process that?
What they're trying to say, I know what they're trying to say is, I'm not going to treat you unfairly because of the color of your skin because I don't see it. What I hear is, I don't respect you as much. I can't in my being respect you as much or see you as an equal unless I don't see the color of your skin. I'm not going to take that part of your being into consideration, even though it is a major part of my life experience.
Which is why I asked that question at the beginning, because it really it forces you to focus on that.
Yes. And when you see other people who are coming through the criminal justice system, whatever got them there, to say that I don't see their experience as black or brown in this country, it's alarming that those are the people that are making decisions about the criminal justice system and people's liberty.
Is there another way of saying that? I see your color, but I'm not going to define you by your color? Would that be a more acceptable iteration of that?
I don't think so. You can't divorce the color of our skin, especially in this country. You cannot divorce the color of our skin with our day-to-day experience because of the history that we have not reconciled, because of the history that's being made every day. I want people to see the color of my skin just the way that you would want people to see your gender as a person in the world.
And I want you quickly, if you can, share with the audience, because when we first met, you shared with me the story of where the color of your skin made a really big difference on the first day of your job,
Yes.
for instance. Can you just tell us quickly what happened that time?
The first day of my job, I walked into the court. It's walking into the courtroom and seeing the divide.
No, I'm talking about when you actually spent the night before you actually showed up. I want him to tell the story.
The night before my first interview at the district attorney's office, I was arrested. Black man in Boston. I actually, there was a car accident. I called the police. I ended up getting arrested. I spent the night in jail. I went to my arraignment, and I went to court. I was still in a suit. I went to my interview for the DA's office the next day, and I asked, when I walked in, I said to them, there's something that you should know. I was arrested last night, and I don't want to waste your time if that's going to be a problem. They said, no, that's not a problem. We're wondering whether or not you'd cut your hair for this job. And to me, it was mind-blowing that the thing that you focused on when I walked into this room was my appearance, and I simply said, I wouldn't want to work at a place where you were concerned that somehow my hair was going to impact the quality of my litigation and my equity and fairness.
So that is the best first day on the job story ever, perhaps. And we are pushing Adam to write about this, and we think that he should be the star of his own TV show, based on the stories that he tells. Do you find that if you take on the conversation about race that you carry some burden, or do you see it as an opportunity?
So it's interesting. When I was younger, it felt like a burden. It sort of felt like, well, let's ask Amy, because I grew up in rural Texas, right?
Diverse community.
Actually, it was not. Very few Hispanic families, very few African American families, and so I was in a sea of white, essentially, and that was okay. I don't feel like I was treated any differently, but if an off-color joke was made, the forever offhand comment was, I don't mean you, right? Or we're not talking about you, Amy. So it did feel like a burden. So it did feel like when a teacher would try to give a license on how to say my name, right? The kid before me, his last name was Henson. I wasn't asking for a teacher to ever say Hinojosa, maybe just Hinojosa. That's all right. Phonetically, we can do that. So he would always say Courtney Henson, and then Amy Hinojosa. What? Why are you taking license with my name? So it felt like a burden because I always felt like I had to speak up. If I don't, he's never going to say my name correctly. He's never going to see me as I am and who I am and what my name is. So that it did feel like a burden, but now it feels like a blessing. Now it's like, what?
When did that change? When did you start to take power in this, as opposed to seeing it as a burden?
So I think as probably college, probably when you start to take ownership of who you are as a person, when you start recognizing that your ethnicity and your background, when you start seeing all those things as strengths. So this really has to do with ownership of who you are as a person and when that kicks in and stops being a burden. And for me, that was the time. Then it was like, you know what? I do have this voice and I do have this incredible background. And I do have, I didn't come from I'm a firm believer that if to those who much is given, much is expected. And so I do feel like I didn't have a very negative experience. I had a family and a childhood that that wrapped love and acceptance and warmth around me from every angle. So I feel like that is my responsibility to turn around and make sure that every other person feels that same way and that they own who they are and what that identity is. And it shouldn't matter in the United States of America what that identity is. We all come from somewhere else. We can all be better if we all embrace those things and use it and channel it toward the greater good.
I want to make sure that we include the audience, so I'd like to ask people to start to head to the microphones if you'd like to participate in the conversation. And as they head there, I just want to ask about the expectations around race. Are the conversations, and again, we're here to talk about the state of race, not the state of racism, and it's important that we make a distinction between those two things because they're very different. But is this part of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that the conversations around race are stilted, are difficult, are uncomfortable, in part because we keep saying that conversations about race are uncomfortable? Do we need to reframe the conversation or admit that it might be uncomfortable, but put a comma or a colon instead of a period there and explain that it might also be enlightening, that you might also learn something about someone else? Do we need to reframe the conversation to make it more productive or expansive?
I think, just from your first question that you asked me, how do we get people involved? I think that that's a great start. Acknowledge that it's going to be uncomfortable, but we're not going to jump down your throat when you say something that we might perceive as ignorant. It's going to be uncomfortable, but we got you. We understand. We want to come out of this somewhat better off than we are now, and there's no way to do that unless we have a dialogue. So I think that's.
And the goal may not be agreement. Is that important also? That you don't have to agree. That in fact, at the end of this, you might not agree. In fact, you might be even further apart from each other, but you know something about someone else that you didn't know before.
Absolutely.
And there's power in that. Let's take a question.
Donna Bennett, wanted to thank you.
Can you speak?
Yep, can you hear me? Donna Bennett. Thank you. I wanted to thank you for the panel discussion today. I wanted to pick up on this idea, and I think you just mentioned it also, about empathy. Because when I hear that in the context of talking about white racial anxiety, I feel a little uncomfortable because I wonder if that's the right direction that we should go in, and how do we really have a conversation that's progressive and moves us somewhere about race in this country. Number one, how do we bring in white people into that conversation, and how do we do it in a way that's actually productive as opposed to kind of massaging that anxiety, which really, I don't know if we should be doing that.
Can I ask a follow-up? I can't help myself. Can I ask a follow-up question? What makes you uncomfortable about the notion of empathy when reaching out to white audience? Because that'll help us inform.
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you why. I mean, because I think black and brown people in this country are dying. I think our situation is very serious, and I don't know if we have time to coddle and to sort of, bring the majority out of this sort of sense that they're losing something. Maybe we should be having a real conversation about what whiteness is, how it works, how it hurts, people of color, and then move from there. But I understand that's maybe more of an aggressive position, and so you may need to meet people halfway. But I think this election shows that there's a real consequence to not recognizing the power of that anxiety and not recognizing whiteness as a race that has a place in the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I would start to answer that by saying, and I think in this last election cycle, I don't think any of us got out of it without engaging in some way on social media, right? And I've told you a little bit about my background. And when I start to have those conversations about history and what that means and what these institutional racist structures have meant for people of color in the United States, what I often get is that white individuals don't necessarily feel that as, not as their burden, but they don't see that as something that they were part of or that they continue to this day. And so the gap there is understanding that history. And in terms of how do we do that? We should get uncomfortable. We should revel in that uncomfortable situation, and it should feel weird and awkward. That's the only way you're going to come out on the other side. So if you put it all on the table and they put it all on the table and you come away and maybe you understand where the other person is coming from, that's a whole lot further than you were when you started. And so maybe you're not ever going to agree, and that's okay. But if you respect each other and you respect what perspective someone comes with at the end of the day, right now, that's a big step.
Adam?
I completely feel, where'd you go? I completely feel the frustration coming from the question, because until recently I was standing in courtrooms watching black and brown men getting thrown into jail. And what I wanted to do was scream at the other prosecutors on the line because the way that they spoke about people and the judgments that they made. And what I realized about both parties was the black and brown men that were going into jail and prison were doing so because of the environments that they were brought up in. And the folks over here who were mostly young white people were throwing those people in jail because of the environments that they grew up in. And until our workforce, our hospitals, our schools, our courtrooms look more representative of the populations that they meet, I don't know that any conversation is going to do it. When I say empathy, I don't mean sympathy. I mean understand what it is to be so desperate to feed your family that you will hurt someone, that you will steal from someone. That should not be a discredit to my character. That should be a responsibility that we all bear. And that's something that we all need to work on and fix. When you listen to and you hear about the statistics of people in prison, they're out of control, and the numbers are crazy and we should be ashamed. But unless it's coming out of Brian Stevenson's mouth, the conversation goes away. And until we can get people to go to Angola prison and see like real human suffering, it's going to be very difficult to talk this away.
And I would posit that in order to understand the pipeline, you have to go not just to prison, but you have to go to police departments. You have to go to communities. And the word that, because I'm a journalist, and maybe this is the word that I always embrace, or that I reach for when I think about these conversations, is not necessarily just empathy, but curiosity. That you have to have real curiosity about someone else's life. Not just about someone you know, but most especially someone who you don't know, and someone whose world that you don't understand. And if you are appropriately curious, that will help set the agenda and frame the conversation. Let's take another question. Sir.
Top of the day. My name is Niana Rassian. I'm a behavioral neuroscientist. I have a simple question. I'm trying to juggle this oxymoron. How is it that we can talk about race without talking about racism, given that white people and black people are political constructs? And I wanted to ask the brother, straight up, how did you feel when they asked you, like, can you just pretty much drop your identity? Because it takes a long time to lock that law, you know? To just drop your identity, then come in and litigate and prosecute people on the docket who probably look more like you and more like me, or we know a whole bunch of crap. So that's my question.
Okay, first,
Thanks a lot.
Your reaction when you were asked whether you would consider cutting off your dreads, I assume that was an immediate no.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't bang this out in a few years. My immediate reaction is it's really good that I'm here. Because if the person who is the chief of this unit who's hiring people is asking that question, it's really terrifying that there are people like this in a place where our job is to make decisions about people's liberty, and those people never look like us.
So was there some benefit in him asking the question? Because by asking the question, he put it on the table. If he didn't ask the question, but like was looking at you side-eyed for the next 10 years, I wish he would have cut his dreads. Can he possibly do his job with those dreads? I can't possibly see him the way that I see the other attorneys because he has dreads. Would that have been difficult and perhaps a harder mountain to scale if he had not just put it on the table and said, I wish you would cut your hair?
I think what it did for me was it was just this dirty little game that was going on. It was, you're being hired because you are a representative of the community, and so we want you to go out and try jury cases. Because our cases that went to a jury were getting not guilty all around because of who was in our jury pool. And so when they asked the question, I knew what they were trying to do. I knew that that they were putting me into the situation so that I would be the guy that they'd put on the really hard cases and try those cases to a verdict. On the other side of that, I knew that I would be able, if you're going to have that piece, I'm going to have my piece where I'm going to prosecute in an entirely different way, and one out over the other, and that was me sort of prosecuting with this lens of helping our communities be safer and better and less locking people up.
I want to take this last question, but I also want to get to the second half of his question, which is why is it important to separate a conversation about racism and a conversation about race while understanding that racism is the child, not the stepchild, but the direct biological child of race.
What do you think?
You know, racism is something that I hope will go away within my lifetime. I know it probably won't. I know it probably won't go away within my child's lifetime. But I don't ever want race to go away.
Yes.
Race is something beautiful, and racism is toxic. Race is not. Race describes the beautiful tapestry within this room, even though it is a totally man-made construct. It is a conundrum. It is completely made up, and yet it's very real in practice and consequence. And because of it, we have to deal with that. But it also has been used as this, you know, going back to the 1500s when botanists were trying to figure out how to first describe plants and then eventually categorize people. It's amazing that it's lasted all these years and how we describe each other. But it also goes to that first question that I asked. It's also part of our identities, and when it comes to race, we actually have a lot more in common. But we focus on the difference.
Just a footnote to what you said and what my brother said. This conversation that is taking place, Aspen deserves to be congratulated for this conversation.
Yes. Particularly Charlie and Kiana for putting
And
it together.
the hope, this is hope. And the hope comes, and I have sat, observed, participated in those conversations of race and racism, is the next generation of leadership. The young folks that are sitting here, they're going to take us across the bridge. I have felt, heard in their voices, seen in their gathering, how they have begun to look at race and racism totally differently than my generation or current adult generation.
But we should note something, and I'm going to take this last question. We should note something when they cross the bridge. You know, I'm calling this new program at the Aspen Institute that's based on the Race Card Project, the bridge, but not because we're crossing over into some state of nirvana. When you cross a bridge, whether you're going to work, whether you're going on, you go over and you come back. You go back and forth and back and forth. And it's important to understand that when we're crossing a bridge, whether it's a cultural bridge, whether it is a real bridge, that it takes work and it's traveling back and forth and back and forth. And we develop, hopefully when we talk about that racial compass, sort of cultural musculature, you know, so that we can move forward and be better at these conversations.
Hi, my name is Tina Smith, and for many months I had a very deep gnawing in my soul that I was being called to do something. And I woke up from a dead sleep one morning and said, you're supposed to be hosting conversations around race. And I thought, okay, well, that's cool. Where do I start? Within 1 week, I met Milagros Phillips. Milagros, would you please just stand up, raise your hand or something? Please, 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 please. She's been doing this work for 25 years, and she has 2 phenomenal books. She has a 3rd book coming out. The first book is 11 Reasons to Become Race Literate. It is really an important book that everyone in this room should read. The other is 8 Essentials to Race Conversations. In here, there's a manual that actually tells you if you want to have a race conversation with your family, with your community, with your school, with your church, it breaks down the agenda, like how to do it. So this is really, really, really important because people are doing it at all different levels in the media, you know, in Congress. People are trying to do it, and every person can do something. Every person can do something, even if it's just having a conversation with your family. This is a really, really, really important conversation to have. So thank you for...
Everybody needs a friend like you. Thank you very much. What is the name of her website so people can find that?
MilagrosPhillips.com. MILAGROS. Phillips, PHILLIPS.com. And these books are on Amazon.com as well.
Okay, and we're asking people, I hope that you've been tweeting. She said she didn't pay her for that. We're hoping that you are using social media in a productive way throughout this conversation to lend your voice to the conversation around race using hashtag State of Race. We'd love to hear your 6 words for the Race Card Project, 6 words, and include the Race Card Project hashtag. And thank you very much to our panel, Mr. Khan, Mr. Foss, Ms. Hinojosa. I was not going to say Hanson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle, and the panel. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Great. Okay, before town hall. What we saw today was, I think, a really intense and interesting discussion on first the wealth gap and the extreme divergence between whites, average whites and average African Americans and average Latinos, 13 and 10 to 1. And something that I know it said we couldn't have had that conversation 2 years ago, but we actually did bring it up really at our first or second symposium, and it really made an impression on me, and I wanted to get back and really dig into it, and we did, looking at what were the causes, housing, what are some of the possible solutions, education, the impact of crime. You want to create poverty, put somebody in jail. That was really a sense that, a statement that I got out of that. Going to the leadership of Congressman Clyburn and the interview there and the investment in looking at people in counties of persistent poverty, or looking at issues of the truly poor and the counties that extend this, the importance of persistency and hard work, and of realizing American dreams, just giving people the opportunity to dream. And so many of our young people really don't have that dream right now. Moving to this discomfort of discourse on race and how difficult it is, needs these characteristics of curiosity and empathy, how we have to address it in every aspect of our lives and our institutions. And I think it was very fitting that it came in the end to questions of leadership. It's a good, Aspen Institute tries to be a leadership institute, and we look at values-based leadership. And this is, I think, we talk more about leadership than leaders, because there is some leadership in all of us, and we can all go out and engage in this very important dialogue as we go forward. So we will take a 5-minute break. We will reconvene in the next room and have a town hall moderated by Juan Williams. Thank you.
everyone. If we can just get your attention, we're going to get started. Thank you all for joining us for our town hall portion of our symposium. First, we'll start off with our artist, Pages Matam. Pages is a Cameroonian artist. He is author of The Heart of Comet, the 2014 National Poetry Slam champion, and winner of Beltway Poetry Quarterly's Best New Book of 2014. Let's welcome Pages Matam.
Check. I have a lav on, so I'm just making sure. There we go. Beautiful. We're here. We're here. I'm gonna shift this. Beautiful. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap one time. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. If you're feeling good, say yeah. If you're feeling real good, say yeah. Y'all are so beautiful. My name is Pages Matam. I am the director of poetry events and programming for Busboys and Poets. I am, it's a thing. Writer, author, educator, and it feels good to be here. Thank you so much for having me, for all of the important dialogue and conversations that have happened today. And I look forward to conversing with a lot more of you for the next hour or so. So I am originally from Cameroon, Central Africa. That's where I was born and raised. And so this first piece that I want to kind of start off with speaks a little bit to my immigrant experience, my coming into this country, the things that I've kind of learned over the years being here, and really having, most of all, my relationship with language. Before we get into it though, I guess by the applause for Busboys and Poets, you've all been to like open mics. Who's been to like an open mic before or like a poetry thing? Okay, some of y'all, so for the rest of you muggles, I need you to turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, it's time to turn up. Say, neighbor, it's time to turn up. So one way that you can turn up, you can snap your fingers. Everybody snap their fingers, right? You hear something that you like, you can snap your fingers, because we have this whole thing that like poetry is not like golf, right? You don't have to wait till like the poem is over and be like, oh, good volley, okay. No, you don't have to do that. You can snap your fingers. You can make the chocolate stuck at the roof of your mouth noise. It kind of sounds like mmm. On the count of 3, can we get a collective mmm? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So as an educator, like a lot of my students nowadays, anytime that they hear a dope poem or we're watching a video or something that they like to go, yas, right? So like, it's definitely a thing, but you gotta do it with the arm wave or else it doesn't count. You gotta do the whole thing together, right? So on the count of 3, can we get a collective yas going? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful, beautiful. So you have this vast array of options to show love to the stage, and the stage is gonna show you that love right back. Show that love for the entire time that we are here, to all of our panelists, not just myself, and for all the beautiful people that have helped organize this event and that are taking part in this event, yeah? So let's get into it. When I say spoken, y'all say word, spoken. Word. Spoken. Word. Adina seba, l'anglais lingana titi. Mwende na di pa bol pa l'anglais. L'anglais n'est que ma 4e langue. English is only my 4th language. It is the baby of the family, the one my mouth spoils, favorite by default, who may one day be sold off by its siblings in hopes to never return because all of my other tongues have grown so jealous. In my country of Cameroon, we have over 200 dialects. That's over 200 ways to say love, to say family, to say I belong to something that does not want to kill me, that does not want to siphon the gold from my flesh or the stories from my bones. See, I was a house once, full of stories. One for this American dream, the other is me, still trying to translate the catacomb accents of my parents' tongues when they would say, you have become so American now. What they would mean is, deport all of that tribe from your mouth. You talk like them now. You walk like them now. No more of that Yaoundé Cameroon stuck in my teeth. Now everything tastes like the steps to unbirthing a country, which is to say that America has a way of killing everything it comes from. A passport can feel like a smooth stamped death sentence. So I learned early how to fold myself into a flag, stitch myself a newly striped name, a new set of stars. I was able to pass through customs, but my tongue had to stay behind, which is to say, I remember when I was too black for Africans and too African for blacks, but all a meaningless story in America. My name was thick and chemically enhanced amendments. My name was wishing for a white picket flesh while living with Section 8 bones, which is to say that you can be a house, but America has a way of reminding you that you are not a home. You're only the debris, the aftermath, the constant reconstruction, the projects. They say that you don't belong in the country that doesn't even belong to itself. But oh, America, I mean, show us your papers. I mean, who documented your dream? I mean, can the attack dogs still smell the unenable right from my brittle and marginalized skin? Because I know that the bullet does not care which side of the ocean I am from. It will swim through my body all the same. It will try to make a home of me until my name is but a salted exit wound. But I know that my tongue is still patiently awaiting for my return. Yet I still wonder if I'll still feel like a stranger in my own house, which is to say, I hope to grow up to one day become a language that is always worth coming home to. Word. Word. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shout out to language and shout out to moms for all of the values and things that she's instilled into me, and about always like remembering and knowing where you came from, right? And never forgetting that. Especially for one like myself, who where being a creative and having artistry as being like my main profession, it's not really a thing where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? When you're born, you get two options. You either become a doctor or a lawyer. That's about it, right? And if you really, really messed up, an engineer. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes, right? But I know that a lot of the things that my mom was scared of for me growing up, she just wanted always the best for me. Even though at one point it was just this one-dimensional way of looking at it. But I've opened her up to other ways, and these other ways that I also try to instill into my own students, right? My students are some of the most brilliant human beings I've ever gotten to meet. As much as they get to learn from me, I learn from them every single day. And I remember particularly, we were studying a poet by the name of Ross Gay. Incredible, incredible poet. And his most recent collection is called The Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude. And it's a collection that's really about self-care. The entire theme of it is about self-care. He's a self-proclaimed black hippie, right? And a lot of the works is about horticulture and using the metaphors of the earth and gardening and taking care of the environment around you. He uses all of that as a metaphor for really taking care of the environment and the gardening of self. All right, and so we're studying this book, and it leads into this whole conversation about saving the earth and all of that jazz, right? And one of my students, he goes, why is it so important, to care about saving the earth? It's always going to be dirty anyway. No one cares, right? And I looked to him and I'm like, well, you can't really think like that. It's important that we take care of the place that we borrow both a home and food from, or else we'll end up going extinct right with it, right? And then one of my other students, and I will never forget this, he raises his hand and he goes, well, Mr. Pages, as a black boy in this country, I already feel like I'm going extinct, so I really don't care about what you have to say on that, right? And so I'm like, accurate, for one. Two, let's unpack that. And what does that actually mean? And getting them to write a little bit about it. And it also got me thinking about what exactly does that perspective mean? Because when you hear that tigers are endangered and almost extinct due to climate change, loss of habitat, human-wildlife conflict, and hunters, you do not hear the World Wildlife Fund say, but hey, what about the rest of the animals? I mean, they're all also violent. Look at all of this tiger-on-tiger crime they're committing anyway, right? Or when you hear of the rafflesia flower or the Venus flytrap under the threat of deforestation and global warming, you don't see an advocacy for roses to no longer be used on Valentine's Day, # all flowers matter. You don't hear, giant pandas being told, hey, if you don't like it here, you can go back to China. And maybe if you didn't have biracial fur like the rest of the regular bears, then there might be more of you alive, all right? Then there might be more of us alive. When my students walk into my classroom and they say, hey, did you hear about, and yet another name falls from their mouth like a tree in this darkest of forests, all I can think to myself is, whose human rights are really in conflict when you looked at all of the hunters often with badges dressed in blue, are armed with all of their policies and dossiers, who don't see color but always know when you don't belong, whose tongues suddenly go into hibernation when it is most convenient. Silence is a deadly forest fire, and we are often its most ready feast. So they see a flower to be plucked instead of just a woman trying to get home. They see a prey instead of just a sleeping baby girl. They see a tiger instead of just a boy or a mountaintop, or an upside-down rainbow stitched onto a brown sky. How so many of us want oxygen because we're so often treated like carbon dioxide, so every day's new breath is a celebration for the ones that we still have, the ones that we want to protect, like my students, so that their breaths won't be recycled prematurely into mine. You know, it gets so hard. It gets so hard to care about saving the environment when every day we're still learning how to save ourselves. I mean, why care about saving the world when every day you remind us that we don't deserve to live in it? Why care about the trees when all you do is remind us of the noose? See, extinction becomes all too familiar when you're always being branded pollution before population. I mean, you hear climate change, but we see gentrification, how easily a zip code can become a food desert. You hear global warming, we say our streets have been on fire. So when you see us dancing and singing and marching and praising and praising and praising in a world that always wants to see us burn, this is how we raise ourselves from the ash, how we photosynthesize our hearts, how we plant a garden of hallelujahs, hallelujahs, hallelujah, and praise. Praise all of the breaths that are still here. This is how we praise all of the breaths that are still blooming. Thank you.
Thank you, Pages. Let's move on to our town hall. Would Juan Williams join us?
On 10, there we go. So we're going to do the town hall now, and the town hall really is an opportunity for all of you to continue the conversation you had in the main hall a moment ago. So in keeping with that wonderful performance, and I honor you, I thought that was wonderful. I really did. I appreciate it. So in keeping with that wonderful mood that you've set for us to talk, neighbor, let's get it started. You know, let's talk to each other. Let's not talk at each other. Let's not talk about each other. Let's talk with each other in a true spirit of sharing that I think has been characteristic of what the Aspen Institute State of Race in America Conference has been this year. Just an outstanding success. Let me start with Richard. Richard, I really thought the first panel was so outstanding, in part because I thought people spoke, again, from the heart about this notion of wealth gap. What would you add after that session? Do we have mics for other people, Kiana?
Or do you speak loudly? Right?
Okay.
Well, Juan, I think that we, as all of you who are watching could tell, is that we just scratched the surface of a very important dynamic when we talk about race in America. And we've talked about this every year. You've been here leading it. We talk about wealth. We talk about home ownership. And unfortunately, we don't see that getting closer. That key sort of two lines that we saw in our conversation. So I think what we missed is a lot of stuff. It's not only home ownership, it's income, it's jobs.
Right.
Jobs for those who don't have jobs, those who want to close that gap. We didn't even touch that. That's a topic we could certainly dive into.
All right. Anybody want to jump in here? This is your opportunity to add your voice to the conversation.
Maybe not necessarily related to that, but there's been a lot of talk about social media. There's been a lot of talk about bringing people from different backgrounds to the table so we can all talk about this. But as we go through this peregrination, thank you. As we go through this peregrination of social media, it seems that there has been a movement towards narcissism and just self-indulgence. How do we encourage collective responsibility and encourage a feeling of activism where we do try to encourage all of us to unite together to solve and ameliorate some of these societal ills?
That's wonderful. I think part of it is what we're trying to do today is to have a real conversation, get people engaged, not afraid. I think people said in one of the panels, oftentimes there's a fear of saying the wrong thing
or people saying, hey, you have a chip on your shoulder, or you have a hole in your heart. I mean, people want to immediately put you in some box that they can ignore. But this is an opportunity to speak out, so I really appreciate that, because we want people to engage as a first step towards organizing, activism, making a difference in this life. Is there another person who wants to add to the conversation?
Hi, and going back to your first question there, I would love to hear more from everyone here about how we can advance wealth in the Black community, not just talking about education or jobs and income, but in terms of businesses. And I heard mention of generational wealth transfers, and what proportion of wealth is transferred through business ownership, and what is happening in the Black community and people of color, their communities there as well.
Well, I think part of the answer is, I think the primary transfer mechanism is real estate. I think we heard that earlier. Do you want to jump in here and help us with this?
Beyond real estate. As my family, they're small business owners.
They're small business owners. I'm saying primarily I think it's real estate, but you're pointing to business transfer and developing more business or entrepreneurs in the Black community specifically.
I think you're seeing a lot more of that now. I think there's a lot more interest in entrepreneurship because people feel left out of the job market, so they're trying, and we as people of color, we've always had to do for ourselves. So a lot of the small businesses that are out there, I've actually spoken to experts in this space who say they're very, very small. These are like micro businesses, that are often created to support, needs within the community. So that could be, you're doing hair or your nails or, some other sort of need within the food service community, something like that. Whether that's transferable or not, I think it depends. I don't have the success rate for businesses, small business owners of color and how often those businesses are able to be transferred. But I think we also need to think about, and I mentioned this earlier in the panel, think about debt. Oftentimes we take on more than we can pay back. And a lot of that, when I was answering the question about the 401k, sometimes communities of color, we're also using our retirement to plug the gap with debt. So I think debt is often the thing that really captures us and keeps us unable to pass anything on and unable to move on. So whether that's, a house or a small business, we have to think about how much debt we're taking on and how long it's going to take us to pay that back.
But in this generation, are you seeing more business startups?
I think there's more of an interest. Yeah. I think there's absolutely more of an interest in doing that. And the question is there capital, for that? And if you look at the president's 10-point plan for Black America, one of the things he talks about in that 10-point plan is opening up access to capital and credit. But the folks that I speak to say that's great, but again, credit means debt. So we have to look at both sides of what that means, and it's a tricky situation. But I think people are less likely to work at companies for 20, 30 years like they used to, because they know they're not going to get a pension. They know they're not going to get some of the benefits. They know, so they're much more, eager to kind of work one place or two places or even start their own thing.
Let me borrow this one. Tom?
Sure. No, I think it's a great question. Let me just add a couple of data points and hopefully an insight or two. There actually is a greater rate of business and entrepreneurship formation in communities of color than in the white community. Period. Full stop. The so-called failure rate, however, is also much greater. That is, they don't last as long. One of the biggest obstacles is the capitalization question. It's both the financial literacy and skills, but it's the access to affordable capital that allows a business to grow. Unfortunately, most of those businesses tend to be relatively small. And then a last...
Well, before you go on, so what kind of businesses are we talking about? And are these Black and Hispanic men or women who are typically entrepreneurs?
It's both. In the African American community, it tends to be more female. Mass incarceration plays a huge role in that. In the Hispanic community, it tends to be a little bit more balanced, more towards the 50-50.
And you said there's small businesses, so I'm thinking things like food or cosmetics or...
As service delivery, especially for people in a community of color, whether it be retail or wholesale. The point I would add is that we tend to think of businesses as binary. Somebody's a business person or they're a worker. I'm convinced, and we're starting to look at some of the data, there's much more a weaving in and out, having to do with the labor market at any point in time, where beginning to do a consultancy, starting a small business is often a way of patching income together that adds on to a very fragile job or work hours that have been cut back. So the binary between worker entrepreneur is I think, a little suspect. And as the economy has become more fragile, we're seeing, I think, actually much more of that kind of business formation that is really a way of if you will, owning the employment that used to pay you a decent paycheck.
You mean the worker gains some knowledge base, may then find themselves in a fragile position or laid off and decide to start their own?
Yes, I think that's exactly part of what's happening, and they may go back at some point into the paid workforce with a different, higher set of skills and a better job because of it.
Wow, so there's benefit beyond just transfer of wealth. I mean, there's transfer of knowledge and experience.
So my frustration with regard to business is we are on the precipice of a massive boom in an industry across this country because of the legalization of marijuana in several states. And for someone who saw the decimation of communities, my community, for people who were selling marijuana, for that industry now to be, I watched this, I don't know what it was the other day, but it was a conference about how much business there is to be made in the marijuana industry. No people of color. And I'm wondering, what do we do first to just get in the door? But second, sort of view it not as reparations, but like maybe it's just the right thing to do that we get a bigger piece of the pie of this industry in particular, given what it's done to us in our history.
Good point.
When we talk about the wealth gap, there's another opportunity that I think should not be overlooked, and that has to do with technology. We're in the fourth industrial revolution right now, and it's possible to gain quite a bit of wealth without material resources. What you need is access to educational capital, and to make sure that young people have access to STEM educations and they're able to move into that pipeline, and then once they do, to get access to venture capital, because this is the kind of thing that would make a real difference in terms of closing the wealth gap. If you look at how much money is made in places like California and in the business corridor and in Boston, and even here on the way out to Reston, from people who start basically almost like immigrants with 2 pennies that they can barely rub together, but they have educational capital and they have an idea, and once they get the VC for that, the venture capital, they're able to make millions. And if women and if people of color can gain access to that kind of capital and entry to those doors, it could really make a difference.
Well, don't stop, don't sit down. So what's the obstacle here, Michelle?
It's lack of education. I mean, if you look at the numbers, and I don't have my phone with me, so I can't pull them all out, but maybe I can call on my sister Tanzina, who could like call this up. But if you look at the statistics, the number of women and the number of young people of color who have access to STEM education, it's just sad. And it's not just entering the door, it's making sure that they see the finish line, because the retention rates are also quite low for people who enter into STEM fields. And so people like Freeman Habrowski, he's making a difference, finger snaps for Freeman in Baltimore. But there are so many people who are missing out on that opportunity, and not just in terms of getting VC capital, also getting jobs in a lot of these organizations because they don't have those kinds of skills. And it's a gamut. I mean, right now, even to get a job in a place like Detroit, if you want to work on a factory line, or if you want to work just up the, where they make tractors, just up in Gaithersburg or Jessup, they're no longer looking for muscles. They're no longer looking for strong backs. They're looking for people who have very, at minimum, certain computing skills, who know how to do basic coding in order to get those kinds of jobs. So that is a key factor in times of
how we change that around. Why don't you hand the microphone back there for me, Michelle?
I understand what you're saying, but I do think there is a bigger problem than that, right? In the sense of, because what you've described is basically a pipeline problem. And what we know in regards to getting, especially getting jobs in tech, is that right now, they are there. There's 19% of higher education, African Americans graduate with engineering degrees and coding degrees and those things. It's getting that network to getting them hired. So there is a lot, if we look at, the numbers of the people graduating from higher institutions with these types of degrees, but we still look at Facebook and Google and Twitter and the number of people, minorities that are hired and work there, that goes from, about 20% to less than 1%. So.
And what do you think's the reason for that?
I think I don't know the exact answer. I think there's a lot of smart people trying to figure that out. But I do think, but I do think it's not just the fact that they don't exist. They do exist. I do think it's a network issue trying to get, those networks of the Stanford universities or something of that nature to pull and elevate those folks up, those individuals up, to get them into a place where then they can pull the next generation up.
Pages, you were laughing. You're the star of the show, and you're laughing over here because you think racism is the answer? Yeah. Well, okay, there you go.
Plainly and simply, I mean, it's unfortunately it's the answer in so many things. I mean, when we talk about all this level of the access and stuff, we're thinking about who are those gatekeepers, right? Who are the people that are denying that access, right? And why are they denying that access, right?
What do you hear Michelle say though? We got to do better with the STEM education. And we got to do better with seeing the opportunity, especially for people who have, as Michelle said, 2 pennies to rub together. So if you just have a little something, but you see opportunity there, am I getting this right for you? She's saying, okay, hang on, that she's saying there is opportunity there, and he's saying there is opportunity, but we don't see why young people aren't filling in or rushing in to this STEM gap.
Yeah,
but they don't exist.
Right.
I'm going to get to everybody, and my back's been unfortunately turned. I'm going to come that way, but go ahead, finish up.
No, it's like, I mean, the opportunities are there. We know they're there. We know they exist. I mean, it's the reason why we there's this thrive in this entire country. It's the reason why, my mother had me come here, because she knew that there's so much greater opportunities here than there are in other places. But then when you actually, you actually get to the opportunity and you stand there, it's like, all right, so here I am. I'm at the opportunity. I'm ready to, step in there. And then you have somebody that says, well, actually, you don't look like the kind of person that I want to actually have this opportunity, so that's not going to happen for you right now, right?
One piece, and I'll pass it on, about the tech sector that's interesting, though, and when we talk about these opportunities, you're talking about an industry that's grown by Fibonacci numbers. I mean, it's just grown almost overnight. And the bias is so subtly embedded, and it happened in such an interesting way that it's not necessarily that people say, I don't want that person because they don't look the right way or they don't have the right resume. There are 2 things that seem to be happening. One is that it happened so quickly, and it happened with people who thought they're on the right side of this issue. And yet, when they grow this quickly, you go from 5 employees to 50 employees to 5,000 employees. What do you do when you do that? You reach for the part of your, I was about to say Rolodex again, but you reach for the part of your contact list that you're comfortable with. And then they reach for the part of their contact list that they're comfortable with. And before you know, you have a Facebook or a Google, and you don't have the kind of diversity that's like baked in.
I'm sorry, I have to say something about the race issue. My great-great-grandparents dealt with more racism than anyone in this room will ever deal with. We have always been faced with racism in this country. Yet, in spite of that, we have thrived. Opening up those doors to STEM opportunities requires awareness, it requires dedication, it requires focus. There is no hurdle in this country that we as people of color have not been able to bridge. No, we have to stop saying that. Understand it exists. It's real. I get that. But in spite of that, we have to pass it on to our children. There's been a gap somewhere between the generations. Something we missed. We didn't pass down correctly. Because there's a huge gap between those kids that are incarcerated and the time that I grew up. And I'm trying to figure that out. What is that gap, Mr. Williams? What did we miss? If I wasn't in the house before the lights came on, there was a belt waiting for me. And nobody called social services. If you didn't do your homework, you didn't get your little allowance. And I didn't get $50 a week, and I'm an only child. You got what your mom, after you, there's a huge, it's a culture issue that we are missing. We can say it's racism. We can say it's lack of opportunity. It is about awareness. It is about teaching our children, passing down the lessons that our forefathers taught us. It is about dedicating ourselves. The monster is in front of us. We either go through him, round him, upside down him, whatever, but we figure out a way to get through it. I'm a diversity officer. I'm always looking for talent. The pipeline. We have a certain percentage of minorities and women at the top in private industry, in the federal government, in public sector. When they retired, and we've been beating these poor people to death because they're the ones we constantly turn to, who will follow in their footsteps? We don't have anybody in the pipeline. It takes anywhere from 20 to 25 years to grow an executive if you do it right. Anymore? No. People want to be an executive as soon as they step out of college. Are you serious? I mean, we have really lost. There's a huge knowledge gap. There's a huge moral gap. There's a huge social gap that we are missing in this country. And until we deal with that, finding jobs are the least of our problems.
Let me switch sides of the room here.
So I want to say something about access. So in the early 90s, which shows you how old I am, we were doing surveys to find out exactly what was going on in organizations around this whole thing of hiring people of color, particularly in technology. And I started out in technology in Boston, Massachusetts. And one of the things that was found was that people hire for comfort. And it's really amazing what comfort means to those who are hiring. And for the most part, what it often means is somebody who looks like me, has the same socioeconomic background, has had a similar education than myself. And the other thing that's put out there a lot is we just don't get enough qualified candidates, people of color who are qualified for our organization. What are the qualifications? Because education in this country is standardized. So if you got a degree, it was a standard degree for whatever it is. So when you break it down, it actually is a social thing, and having connections in the right places isn't always something that people of color have access to.
Did any of you want to jump in here? Oh, hang on a second. Let me just go. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, bro.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. So this is going back to the point about people, also black teenagers not being in the STEM program. That I planned on going to the STEM program. I plan to be a mechanical engineer and computer scientist. But for the most part, nobody coaxes you into going into that. Yeah, we talk about how teenagers aren't in it or they're not interested in it, but you're not appealing to their senses. If you make them interested in that field, then they're going to go into it. But for people like me who are already going to that field, there's going to be some line down there where I might not get a certain position because of racism, or I may like a certain skill. But the bottom line is we can't blame 100,000%, that's not even a real number, that teenagers aren't taking that step, because 9 times out of 10, if a teenager doesn't understand something, they're going to get frustrated and quit. And yeah, that's not something that y'all want to hear, but it's the fact of the matter, and y'all have to break it down to some of us to get us to that level where we're like, okay, I get it, and I want to pursue more of it. That's all.
Okay.
I first want to speak to what the gentleman was saying about seeing more entrepreneurship in the African American, specifically to the African American community. We've always had entrepreneurs, especially for black women. How many of you in here had a mother, aunt, whatever, who even if she had a full-time job, she was baking cakes on the side, she was making gift baskets, she was doing hair in the kitchen. So we've always been entrepreneurs, especially for African American women in our communities for generations. Now I want to speak to the issue of technology and entrepreneurship. For black women, we are trying to get into the technology sector as entrepreneurs because, for one, we are having problems getting in as employees. And when we do get in, we have to deal with the microaggressions and the old boy network in the tech industry. Now, as being tech entrepreneurs, the issues that we are facing are lack of access to capital, $1.3 million is an average for a startup company, failed startup company, that's owned by typically a white male. It's $36,000 in venture capital funds for a black woman who starts a tech company. And the reason for that is because a lot of venture capitalists don't see black women tech entrepreneurs as worth investing in. So I'm speaking to those points because these are the stats. We are trying to go into technology, especially for black women. And we're still going into it regardless of the fact that we aren't getting the type of venture capital that we need. It's less than 20 black women in this country who have raised $1 million or more in venture capital funds compared to how many has it been for white men and other people.
Okay, and we're talking here, then I guess you could talk about banks, hedge funds, people you go
Venture
to for
capital,
capital.
yes, venture capital funds.
Let me swing this microphone the other way. Do you have a microphone? Or somebody should walk around with the microphone. That would help me out. All right, let me have that one. Oh, okay. So somebody over here wanted to get in.
So I just wanted to point out that in 2020, there will be 1 million more tech jobs than there are Americans who have the education to hold those jobs. And we never talk about that number, but it's a real number, and 2020 is around the corner. That's the first thing. Second thing is...
Well, stick on that for a second, because that's such an amazing point. That people aren't ready to take jobs that you believe or know exist.
That's exactly right. That we do not have enough American people who will be ready in 2020 to take those entry-level jobs in that field.
And what does that say about minority interest and wealth gap?
Well, it says we're going to have more problems than we already have. But I mean, I think the reality is that this is a multifaceted problem. Like, you know, everybody wants to say, well, it's this or it's that, or it's, you know, we need more kids in STEM. Yes. We have a program at MMTC where we go to teenagers and basically say, look, major in tech because all the cool things you love to do derive from tech. And guess what? We know some people who have internships, so you can start this out earlier in your career. But I mean, to say that you know, in the tech area, a lot of times they'll say, we can't find anybody. And you know, what's really funny is, yeah, this sector has grown really fast, but a lot of the things they say are like the things they said when it was your grandmother's time. We can't find any qualified people of color. You can find my keys, you can find my phone, you can find me right now in this room, but you can't find any people that look like me that can do these jobs. So, I mean, I think we have to treat it as a multi-layered problem with multi-layered solutions rather than just saying it's just this. I mean, if you think about it, like people always say you hire in your comfort zone. In Silicon Valley, okay, they're hiring in their comfort zone, but guess what? There's only one company, Intel, that celebrates Martin Luther King's birthday. Why do you think that is? So what is that? Is that racism? What does that mean? And why is it that people, I mean, that didn't even get covered, but they put a lot of money into their workforce, but they also made it a holiday. Well, why isn't it a holiday in Silicon Valley? I thought it was a federal holiday in this part of the country. Everybody gets it off. So, I mean, I think we have to ask ourselves, you know, when people say, oh, it's not racial, oh, it's our comfort zone, oh, we have to say it's all these things, and we need to deal with them all.
But I want to come back to what you're saying, that you believe, though, that if people prepare themselves, your organization, is able to even facilitate that pipeline, internships you spoke of, job opportunities. Given the racist stuff that we heard about earlier, that people feel racism is very real.
No, it's real.
Is that an insurmountable obstacle, or, as we heard earlier, just an obstacle that, you know what, for generations we've been overcoming obstacles?
Well, I'm with her. You know, my mother used to say, if you have a plan A and that doesn't work, you go to plan B. I mean, you don't give up. I guess that's, you know, for the young people who've been coming, you know, when they say, oh, I'm going to owe all this money. My mother was like, well, what better thing can you invest in than you? What's more valuable than you? If you buy an awesome, expensive car and somebody runs into it, it's useless. But if you put $100,000 into your education, I mean, I remember borrowing a lot of money for school, and when I see kids now, and they're like, oh, it's just so much money. And I just think to myself, well, even if I don't give it back, I still have the education. They can't really come and repossess it. So I just, you know, I mean, I think it is a generational mindset. I am saying that if you are prepared, we do need to give people some options. It's not the only thing we do at Multicultural Media, Telecom, and Intercouncil, but I added it because I hated that I was coming to these events and young people were standing up and saying, I'm interested in tech, but what do I do? Where do I go? So we created this day at UDC, and we invite kids from all over, from Baltimore, wherever. We're streaming it now so we can get to other kids to let them know that there are companies out there that have internships for them, and that if they have the right majors, and the other thing that nobody's been mentioning is that they speak the language of the employers, because you can have that tech degree, the engineering degree from Howard, but if you don't speak the tech speak when you interview, you're still not going to get the job. So we got to let them know that all these things are out there and that these are things they have to be prepared for.
Well, thanks, because that's a pretty optimistic message.
Top of the day, do I need to stand up with they disrespectful? The bottom line is this, in my opinion, and I happen to be a behavior neuroscientist, and I work with a lot of young people and people in the military. The brother just laid it out there. We play these games with ourselves, all our polished euphemisms. Institutional racism is alive and well. And your thesis that you were talking about, the family and the moms and dads, trust me, women get frustrated when they do not have a companion to go home to, whatever their preferences are. Their children, they see it. And whether you like it or not, young men need to see men. You see African-American men, when you see us in the news, if we're in the news, we've either committed a crime or we're a superstar athlete or we have done something in entertainment. You do not give African-American men the opportunity, and we need to be candid and deal with that reality, why America's willing to spend more money to incarcerate black men and brown men than she's willing to put a little bit of change on the table to be educated. And the other thing I want to say to you young blood is this. The bottom line is this, my brother. Any African American that has incarnated in the shores of US of A and he has any remote association with thinking that his mother and father have been enslaved, you should be able to go to school for damn free. They owe you. You should not be in debt. They owe you. If you got the academics, you should be allowed to go to school for free. And the bottom line around STEM, they've also added the A for art, all right? So you need to be able to get inside of yourself and not become possessed by the technology they put in place for you to distract you from your destiny. And like the brothers say, spoken word is interactive. You need to transcend sitting down, getting wrapped up in video games, and getting jacked up by these video games to keep you from thinking, because it's all by design. The bottom line is also, they're making marijuana legal for the vanilla brothers to sell so the good old boys can stay on top of their game. When you were slinging rocks on the corner, they were giving you more time than Amtrak has rails. More time than Mattel has toys. But as soon as these white boys start selling drugs, they made it legal, they changed the game. So be in touch. It's frustrating to go home to a house that is a house, because it will never be a home if it ain't no family vibe there.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I don't know if I can follow up on that, but I
you can do it, you can do it.
Yes.
He brought it strong, but
yes.
we believe in you.
Right, and I want to just follow up on her point as well. The STEM programs are in public high schools in Prince George's County. So, and this is the age of technology. You just can go on a computer and find out about all these STEM programs, and many of them are free. Last summer at the University of District of Columbia, Verizon supported a STEM program for young black males starting at the 6th grade. You know, so a lot of times we have these programs. We have a very vibrant STEM program at the University of District of Columbia. In fact, last week at the national STEM competition in Louisiana, we won first place. But you don't hear any of this in the Washington Post. And so I think that with the computers, go online, search out these opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities out there. And do not forget about the historical black colleges and universities. We are getting a lot of resources, but of course, our enrollments are diminishing. For example, at the University of District of Columbia, we have a Master's in Homeland Security program. We have received millions of dollars from Homeland Security. And about 70% of our enrollment now are international students. They're not African Americans, and the program was created to be a pipeline for the Center of Excellence
so very quickly,
to help
why?
African Americans. Because people are not enrolling.
No, why? Why?
Well, because first of all, we have certain perceptions about certain schools. Okay, that's one reason. And so we don't even think about looking at the opportunities at those schools.
Okay.
You know, and Homeland Homeland Security is, no matter how you feel, that's where the jobs are going to be in the future.
Well, let me just say also, since our host
and
is...
it's related to STEM.
Well, let me just say, since our host is Comcast, that I should mention, there's the lady for the microphone, that, in fact, they have an Internet Essentials program that, for low-income families, will put the computer in the house and open the door to some of these STEM experiences that can lead to jobs. Yes.
Hi, I'm thankful for the brother here who I kind of was feeling him on. We need to, not saying that we shouldn't talk about STEM and all those, because education, all that is very important. That is our key, especially the great leveling field. But we can't forget about, as the brothers have mentioned, the black males, especially, not just black males, people who've been incarcerated. Of course, we know we can go over a whole bunch of statistics, but as Mr. Clyburn said, it takes 6 to 7 years when we start talking about legislation. We need to talk about, I think that's from what I've heard last, an issue, a consensus that both sides of the aisle can go for. So we need to talk about getting those brothers who've been in jail for selling rocks and nonviolent crimes. I know the Holder administration and Loretta Lynch, they were big on trying to reduce that. But that's something we need to work forward, because I was looking out the window here and I see all these cranes, and if y'all live in DC, you know that Southwest DC, they're doing tons of development here. And people, those are basic construction jobs. And I'm not sure about the whole policy that the district has, but they have this thing about checking the box if you've been convicted of a felony or not. And they're building literally like 70, 80 buildings there. And they have to bring in workers because people can't get hired because they've been arrested and stuff like that. And I know he's a saint to others and a sinner to some, but Mr. Berry, our former mayor, made sure when development happened and contracts happened, the people who got hired looked like us. And we need to make sure of that. And I will commend the brother here who's doing his thing. Don't let anyone ever tell you what you can and can't do, because you have the whole world in front of you, okay? And I know our number 44 is working especially with young black males. And it's essential, especially in a place like Washington, D.C., where we're a few blocks from the Capitol. You go probably, I think, east of the river there. It's night and day. And many of you know that, because some of you wouldn't even walk or live there or drive through there, you know? And so just be mindful, consider all the things we've said, especially about the prison pipeline. That is so important. And my last point is, especially in the African-American community, we need to do more social justice activism, especially through our churches. Churches are failing us big time. They're 70% women, 30% usually controlled by men and all, but they are failing us with these men coming in and out of jail, because we need to be lobbying people like Mr. Clyburn and our local level, especially on the state, when, like we're talking about, we're going to jail for all these crimes for committing, for selling all these, marijuana, and now it's becoming legal, and people will make millions. The government's gonna have a new tax base. So we just need to make sure that's a justice issue.
Okay, let me switch back to this side of the room. Hang on, I need a microphone. Do you have a microphone, Jamil?
Thank you so much. I'll be as brief as possible, okay? Team Contrarian right up in here. First of all, as Thurgood Marshall let us know, you cannot legislate morality, okay? It's the right thing to hire him. It's the right thing to be equal. No, you can't legislate morality, but you can certainly legislate what your behavior must be. We know that when I show up and I do a damn great job in the same job that, Chet does, he's gonna out-earn me. Happy Equal Pay Day, ladies. He's gonna out-earn me. We know that when those cuts come and layoffs happen, I am the last hired, I'm going to be the first let go. We know that the wages are suppressed when you start hiring more people who look like I do. So what do we do then? We need to take this, yes, it's a justice issue, absolutely, brother, you're right, but this is also an issue of, we need to pressure our legislators. What have we the hell to lose, asked 45? Well, I'll tell you what. If Google makes its money and gets its tax breaks in this country, there needs to be a certain amount of American workers who would have an entitlement, who can get trained to work at Google. You mean to tell me that Google, which has an outpost here in DC, has an outpost in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and a lot of other places where you have educated African Americans who are underemployed, and other people too, but I come from enslaved ancestry. That's who I'm speaking of. Everybody else can speak for themselves, not being racist, being pro-me. You need to make it such that these companies have the mandate. You make your money on American shores, you hire Americans. You hire the Americans who are disenfranchised. That needs to be a policy plank that I'm not hearing anybody talk about. On Equal Pay Day, we have to talk about the fact that women go into these jobs. White women at Google have said, hey, we're dealing with issues of sexual harassment here. White women in newsrooms too, not looking at anybody. You know, this old boys network disenfranchises us. When we have babies, which 45 says is, you know, a detriment to the employer. When we, you know, have the next generation and we, you know, go home to raise up these babies and come back, we suffer a penalty that we often live longer than we can make up. So what we need to be doing is talking about what are the policies that we need to put in place to mitigate this very real situation that human behavior hasn't solved for. That's number one. Number two, I have an 8-year-old. He's awesome. And if he were here, I would say, honey, are you going to college? He will tell you, I'm going to MIT. I'd say, are you allowed to take out loans? He'd say, no. I would say, is mommy paying for your school? He'd say, no. And I'd say, so what you got to do is I have to get a scholarship, or I have to start a business, or I have to, you know, I was going to sell him to the Disney plantation, but that's not going to happen. He sings well, but this is a policy thing. There are people who are working on this, and I think that we need to be connecting more of these dots, and those dots need to happen down the street here and up the street here. And all of these businesses that are, you know, billionaire makers have a responsibility for those in this country who have been disenfranchised and cannot otherwise get on a plane and go to Menlo Park.
Hand the microphone.
Mr. Williams, I can't follow the sister, but I can echo what you just said, that is, today is Equal Pay Day. I'm the vice president of the Women's National Democratic Club. Men are also members. That's the woman, nearly 100 years ago, founded by suffragette women at DuPont Circle. Here's my point and question. The focus has been here principally on the wage gap. But related to that is also something called the income gap. And that's real, and that's what equal pay is about. My point fundamentally, and I'll conclude on this note swiftly, is that women suffer a pay gap. People of color suffer a pay gap. Wealth, yes, but a pay gap also, an income gap. And there is a way, several ways, by legislation with the raising the minimum wage, et cetera, making it a living wage. But there's another way, historically in our nation, that Democrats established under President Franklin Roosevelt, the National Labor Relations Act, encouraging, indeed endorsing collective bargaining and the formation of strong unions, that it was legal to join and you were guaranteed the right to be represented in the workplace, to even the balance with the boss, with the owner, to fight for equal pay, if you will, fair pay, enough pay, and Mr. Williams, out of enough pay, also that's an income stream source for improving the wealth gap. So for women, for people of color, let's also look to strengthening collective bargaining legal rights in America.
All right, next to you.
Okay, I have two different things to talk about, the STEM and the racism thing. I think one thing we're not honest about, and it was going to be a question about the museum, and it's something that black people and white people agree not to talk about, which is slavery. For very different reasons, we would prefer not to talk about it. If you talk about it, you get to the reparations issue, which was brought up. So that's one reason. And ironically, we're not comfortable going back over that period. We may be getting more comfortable, but there was a big discussion about it when the museum was coming up. Are people going to feel so badly? People who are privileged as a result of slavery. Are they going to feel badly? Will will that work as a museum? And of course, they managed to do it in such a way that that wasn't true. Governor Wilder was working on a slavery museum. He was going to have it in Virginia. And I told him, I said, what should happen is a family comes in and then they never see each other again. That would give them a sense of what it was like to be separated out like that. So I think we can't ever actually get to the racism issue if we have to be quiet about the slavery issue. And I think there's a lesson there about the Holocaust that we should be able to understand, because they never stop putting that out front. And yet they're able to go forward. I don't think the strategy of, well, let's just act like it didn't happen is a strategy that's working. On the other side, with respect to STEM, I'm a consultant now, but for 22 years, I was the number 2 person at Howard. I used all my chits before I left to create a middle school 11 years ago, a middle school of math and science, okay? That middle school caused me to understand something about what was going on in DC schools. I can't speak for any place else. The kids come in by lottery. We test them after they are admitted. You cannot test them. This was a charter school. You could not test them beforehand. 40% of the kids who were supposed to be rising 6th grade students were actually reading and doing math at the 2nd grade level. I had a meeting with 500 5th grade teachers to find out, how is this possible? I mean, I got the transcripts, you guys had them. You said they were rising 6th grade students. They're not. Quiet in the room, and then finally one teacher stood up and said, the parents of charter school kids, or parents, it might be true for all of DC public schools, are very political. They do not want to hear that their kid needs to be retained in a grade. So we've decided that it is easier for us to pass them along than it is to confront their parents. So right in DC, the nation's capital, we have a something that we never talk about, but that will hold these kids back, at least the ones in the middle school. And the last thing I'd say is the record.
That's such a powerful story, and it's not white people, it's black teachers over
right, but what I'm saying is, it is still true that the parents of these kids, I'm not saying they're bad people, the teachers are afraid. You cannot teach someone you're afraid of.
Okay. Well, I hear, again, so many angles to this story. How much time do we have left? 0. Okay. All right. Let me just then ask 3 people to help us wrap up. And 3 people that we haven't heard from. Mr. Khan, I wanted to ask you if you would give us some of your final thoughts, having heard this conversation, various angles, but again, we come back to the idea of opportunity for Americans of all colors.
Well, I'm so privileged to be even sitting here. I came to pay tribute to the audience, just giving me the privilege to stand and to sit among them. This conversation needs to be continued, and I fully agree that the first lesson starts from home and it continues. That is what we have practiced at our home. Thank God both of our sons are scientists, and we insisted there are opportunities. Just look at the visa system. One of my elegant sister mentioned about technology hires. Thousands of visas are issued to bring in people from outside because our young men and women are not ready to take over. And it takes only 6 months of basic training to be employed in the technology area. So my humble request will be to all these leaders to start small programs within communities. African American community is amazingly resourceful community. Start small groups where we begin to train our young folks, our leaders. And believe me, I apologize to our African American men sitting here. This leadership and the solution will come from African American women. I admire their leadership throughout the history. They have risen to the occasion. History is witness to that. This country is witness to that. We are witnessing their leadership. So I humbly request that they should take the lead, create small institutions, small institutes, small training programs to guide our community, to lead our young men and women in the direction, because future is unlimited. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate your presence. And you have young people here from the Aspen Institute.
No, we have Richard Wright, School of Journalism, high school students, and we also have students from George Mason University.
Why don't we ask one of them to join? Do you know, would you pick one for me? This young lady here raised her hand.
So I just wanted to say something back onto what these gentlemen had said earlier. One, I think they put so much money into the jails because they get the money right back out of the jails. When people are going into the jails, you have white people who own these jails, and they need the people in the jails so that they can get their money right back into their pockets. And also, what I wanted to say was, I was listening to all the conversations today, taking down information. I was listening, and everybody's talking about what adults can do for younger children, what the blacks can do for the white, what the whites can do for the blacks, the Latinos for the black, and so on and so forth. And my question was just, why is everybody else sitting at a table trying to discuss something that doesn't affect them? Yes, they can help, but if you aren't at the table with the problem that affects you, what are you actually getting done? I feel like that's something that needs to be brought up. I feel like enough people aren't sitting at the table when they should really be. If you're not allowed at the table, I was told, if you're not allowed at the table, you are allowed at the table, and bring a fold-up chair if need be, so that you could be at the table having that discussion.
Well, that's what this is about. We're having the discussion. Where's Charlie? Is Charlie still here? Charlie, why don't you wrap us up with your final thoughts on this moment?
Well, thanks.
And this 7th year.
Yes, thanks, and thanks to everybody. You know, this is all about participation among you and a broader community. Fortunately, we were trending nationally on Twitter, so there was a broader community engaged in this discussion, not at the level here. And I want to thank all of the panelists, the moderators, did a terrific job, and thanks again to Kiana and her staff who really put it all together. And finally, a shout out and thanks to Comcast and the great crew there that has been supporting this from the very beginning, and a great partner. So thanks everybody, and lunchtime.